자, 1대1입니다. 이 두 팀이 만났는데 어떻게 재미가 없겠습니까? 이거 뭐 만날 때마다 의미가 없습니다. 티온과 젠지의 경기 세 번째 세트 시작합니다.
야, 저 깔고 시작을 해야 되긴 하겠다 이거.
먹긴 대박. 내가 먹어도 되고?
나이스. 예, 좋았다.
개이득이 되고?
나이스.
망했는데.
까비.
대신 여기 있어. 나 이거 자꾸 개획할게.
잠깐.
대신 인팀 망하긴 하거든.
얘 망해. 얘 갑다 있긴 해.
나 이거 좀. 나 붙어줄까 오빠? 관리만도 할 것 같다. 야 붙어줄게. 야 먹을래 이거?
나도 갈게 이거.
우리 리신 보여줘.
나 병 넘어갈 수 있고 여기.
3회 때다.
야 맞아.
일단 보긴 할게.
줄게.
그러면 잘 가네. 2, 3초.
나이스.
오케이 이제.
뭐 괜찮아. 너 어차피 망한 내신이야.
6 한참 남았지.
나 반.
오케이 오케이.
다음 웨이브 근접에 6. 볼래.
나 괜찮아 나 괜찮아.
가게.
끝까지 갈게. 나 Q 3초.
빼면서 봐야 된다.
한번 그냥 펼칠게요.
바텀 싸우는 중. 나 이 중에 줘. 프리 받게. 아 고고고고.
까비.
이게 6렙이 되네.
와 6렙 딱 되네. 나이스. 이거 크다. 성장 잘 됐다 제리.
바텀 끝났다 이거.
밀게는 봐주면 좋긴 한데 날짜
나온다.
싸움 볼것 같아.
할 수 있어.
어. 위에 있다.
살짝 걸렸어 일단.
리신 볼래. 어디 가네. 천천히 봐.
나 좀 위험하다.
세면 샀어.
나 좀 불안하다.
야
룰루 스턴.
사드를 잡았다. 좋은데.
아 럼블.
아 이거 파이팅.
나
해.
받았대? 잘 던질게. 나 좋았다.
아따 잘 끄네.
약간 다각으로 싸우면 좋을 것 같긴 하다. 내가 디프 잡거나 해볼게.
강가에서 싸움 보고 싶긴
야
하고.
강가 와볼래 지금?
얘 나오면서 피가 있는 걸 싸우면 될듯 그냥.
방에 바이게 나왔다.
바이게 나왔고. 나 미드 올릴게 이거.
아 이게 좀 중요해 보이긴 한데. 야 바이.
근데 바이게 가자.
살짝 볼생각도 할게.
강 나온다.
지금
볼게.
잡았어.
지금 잡아 딜라이.
좋아.
지금 잡았어.
프리드 맞아.
여기 맞아. 여기 나와주면 좋고.
좋아. 얘네밖에 없어.
아 리신도 잡았어.
난 쟤네가 치도록 유도하는 게
우리
좋아할 것
그냥-
같긴 해요 저희.
우리 초수가 잘못했어. 그냥 여기 시하고 바이게 먹은 다음에 쳤어야 돼.
근데 아직 뭐 불리할 거 없긴 해.
이거 바로 다이브 하자 이거.
징크스 노플이라 그냥 물면
나
될
슈에도
수
나왔어.
쟤네 계속 다이브 할것 같아. 미드 차 먹으려 할 때.
맞다.
살짝 끌어볼게. 원숭이 W 썼고요.
빼면서 봐야 된다.
제리 끌게. 제리. 오케이. 나 끝이고. 야 빼는 척하고 다시 봐도 돼. 나플 있다. 야 봐줘.
여기.
여기. 이거 길 봐주긴 해야 돼 오늘. 나 곤대.
됐다. 좋아.
리신 노플.
곤대. 가자.
리신 노플.
김호띠.
괜찮아. 이거
우리 막았다.
지금 노플. 좋은데.
되나.
다 죽으면 안 된다. 아니 괜찮아.
잘 뺐다.
게이드긴 하다 이거.
이번 라인 미드 한 번 더 맞대러 가보자 이번에.
미드로 나가는 게 나아.
미드로 넓게 나가는 게 넓은 데로 가야 돼. 넓은 데로. 근데 싸움 우리 안 달릴 것 같긴 해. 내 생각에는.
들어와.
얘네 플래시 다 있어요. 좋은 거 체크.
야, 이거 살짝 나 물렸어. 크이 좀 다시
알았어.
회의 걸렸다.
오케이 뒤만 넣어.
야, 오케이. 회의 잡았어.
여기.
징크스 노플.
지금 노플.
아무래.
오케이.
징크스 필이야.
괜찮아.
앞으로 가도 돼. 뺏긴 거 같은데 오늘 빨리면 안 돼?
몰래 가봐. 어디든 몰래 가봐.
야, 얘 와볼래? 얘 와봐.
나 뒤돈다.
징크스.
야 거의 잡았거든. 징크스 맞아.
징크스.
거의 잡았어.
야 미드. 변이 걸게. 야 후에 풀 썼냐?
노플. 회의 노플.
오케이.
노플 회의.
좋아.
알았어.
후반 가니까 근데
쟤를
쌈가기
이렇게
아깝다. 쉽지 않아.
나이스.
왜 이렇게 좋아해?
바이바이.
나이스. 이겼다.
잘했어.
나이스.
DRX 화이팅!
화이팅! DRX 화이팅! 중심 프로 가자!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK Cup 2025. We are here on the final day of play-ins. Only one of these teams will make it into the playoffs. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox, and we're going to be talking about Nongshim versus DRX here, a best of 5. The first fearless best of 5 in the LCK that we have had ever. There's been a lot of them in Challenger League, if you have watched that a bunch. It's very cool. It gets extremely crazy once we get to the later games in the best of 5, so I'm very much looking forward to the chaos today.
I feel like it's such a big test. You know, we've talked a lot about Fearless obviously being introduced. We haven't seen that much from it in the best of 3s, honestly. You know, we've had a lot of 2-0s as well in this stage of the tournament. You're not really losing that much when you're in a Fearless, when it just goes to 2 games. But here, I'm hoping it goes to 5 games, really. I'm hoping we get a battle. I mean, we always hope for that, but especially with our first Fearless best of 5, I want to see what comes out. What does Lehens bring out if we go to 5 games in this series? That is a question I really want to have answered. But yeah, so as you can see from the bracket, the play-in stage, the winner of this will go through as playoff 6 seed. They will play against KT in the playoff portion of the LCK Cup, and the loser is out. So a devastating blow to have made it this far and fall before. And yeah, only 1 ticket left. A lot of 2-0 victories so far in the tournament.
Yeah, only 2 victories, and it kind of makes sense. I mean, DRX very much overperforming nowadays. T1 looking excellent. DRX kind of dropping the ball, and Hamalife stumbling to that 2-0 yesterday. Definitely a lot of different stories we've already had in these play-ins. And of course, we did lose Bro in the first round, so rip to them until April. As it is the first best of 5 of LCK Cup, the Fearless Draft is key. Really comes down to the coaches. I'll go back to what I said in Pog State. It really will highlight who is the better coach, who's got the better analysis team, who understands how to make compositions when everything's gone that you normally play.
That's a thing from what we have seen in the Fearless Best of 3s when it's gone a little bit deeper. I think the teams who have excelled are the ones who, despite these picks missing, despite these meta sort of cornerstones being gone, still make a cohesive composition that works. I think the teams that have struggled, where it's like, you know, the picks they have might not be the worst picks, but it's like, how does this comp fit together? I have no idea. And that really is the challenge we're seeing.
Well, it's the battle of solo kill standings, rank 1 versus rank 2, here in the LCK Cup, which is a relatively shorter tournament, so you don't see gigantic numbers, but Fisher having 6 solo kills is very surprising to me. Yukal and Faker, those make sense, but Fisher hasn't necessarily been the highlight guy from Nongshim.
And I think he has the biggest test today, because when you look at DRX, I think every person would agree that the strongest performer so far has been Yukal. He has been a massive addition to this lineup. And if DRX are going to win this series, I think a lot of it will come on the back of Yukal. So Fisher, you know, your job really is to keep him at bay and to control that matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You can see we are slowly filling up here as the fans are anxiously waiting to see if their team can make it on to the next round. And when it really comes down to it, you know, it's final elimination. You get a little pat on the back there, or the butt from Lehens onto Teddy. And yeah, I mean, those 2 guys have been around for a very long time and obviously close friends. So some cool stuff. Also, the fist bumps as we get ready to eliminate one team and have one excel and get ready for the next round.
Yeah, always nice to see those little interactions between players, some good banter between them. But at the end of the day, you want to go further, it comes down to today's match. And I'm interested to see how teams have managed to adapt from yesterday. They haven't had much time. I think that's the big thing to say, is that it's been, okay, you won your initial matchups, then you have to face T1 and HLE respectively, which are tough opponents generally, even though HLE's form hasn't been 100%. Now you have to bounce back from that defeat. I feel like really you finished the match quite late at LoL Park yesterday. You know, do you talk about the series before you go home? Do you talk about it when you get back? Do you talk about it the next day? Not too much time to really adapt, and for both of them to have lost 2-0, and also the manner in which it happened. Like DRX, those games, they were definitely within grasp of winning those. The fact that they ended up losing both of those games, a little bit questionable. And I think if I was DRX's coach, I would have a lot I want to talk about, but not much time. And to be honest, if you just lecture them, it's not going to sink in. So I think some decisions have to be made on what is the message you can get across to your players in this short period of time, and what is going to make the impact. Do or die at this point.
Yeah, and you look at some of the rosters here, some of the players we have playing. Fisher, I think, is a player that has played in Fearless in Challenger League. Ondil, I believe he was a bit up and down as well. I don't know if they've played best of 5s off of the top of my head, but maybe some of that extra experience in Fearless can help them as we go deeper and deeper. That's really the biggest thing I'm looking forward to here in this best of 5.
Gideon will have, right? I'm pretty sure. He was on. He was playing on Nongshim Challenges. Did he play
Bro?
best of 5? Because he went from Bro to Nongshim Challenges. So I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't know precisely, but yeah, I mean, a mixed experience. It's also, I mean, the point I've raised is like you have the players who've come from challenges who've played in the Fearless, obviously a big advantage, but then you have the players who have been around for a long time, Lahans was just on your screen, who've played in so many metas that they really have, you can call back to picks you played like 3 years ago and still be relatively accomplished on them.
So someone is cackling over there on the Korean broadcast. The reason for that is that sign that said Shin Ramyeon instead of Shin Ramyeon, one of the Nongshim brand products there. And it makes sense because, well, it's Le Shen's down in the bottom side. Do we see more Shen bans? Do we see more Shen play? I think eventually it's gonna leak through.
It's a good pick to bring out if you get deep in the series. I also think it's one of those things where banning something like Shen consistently feels bad and Fearless because, if you let it through and it's played once, you don't have to deal with it again. But if you're banning it every game, it's like, it's a pick that's unique to Lahens. It's a lot to have to ban that, especially when we have 2 must bans in the meta at the moment in Kalista and Skarner, which, to no one's surprise, Nongshim are probably just going to ban Skarner and Kalista here. And then they get 1 ban that they can actually use.
Yeah. I asked you before we started, I said, do you think we see Skarner played at all today? Like, does it sneak through? And you said immediately no, which is not surprising, but I am curious, if we get to a 4th game and teams are struggling, they really want to ban something else, will it happen? The Shen ban does happen, so they're not going to let them play it in game 1. And that's going to get confusing, right? Because if you have to go to red side after a win, you got to ban Skarner, Kalista, and Shen.
Yeah.
It's not going to feel good.
That's the difficulty of it. It's honestly a big reason why blue side's been so strong in the LCK is that sort of freedom in terms of bans. We do see the Zyra ban come out. Looking like an early Elise pickup. We did see Andal play this yesterday to, moderate amount of success. Didn't win the game, but did get a decent amount of kills on it. Obviously a lot of power in the dives. And a good amount of power in the lane as well, so wanted to secure that early on.
Yeah, the Nilly is open. It has been something that Sponge has gone to many times. We've seen it, teams even try to take it away from him.
Yeah.
And with the Zyra bans, it does potentially go up in the ranks.
Aurora is a big pickup. Cassante also available if they wanted to lean towards that. But I think with Jace as well, maybe not jumping straight away to pick that. They go for the Vi. So yeah, Sponge could just go the Nidalee if he really wanted to in this situation.
We'll see if he does. Yukal's Aurora was disgusting. The amount of damage he was doing to Berserker was actually just not safe for broadcast, and he didn't really get to play the game. Yukal got to play the game a lot, and he is playing the game very well nowadays, and is one of the main carries alongside of Teddy, it feels like, for this roster.
Yeah, Cassante comes through, not a huge surprise. Probably going to see Nongshim just pick up the Jace on 3. Makes the most sense, unless they want to potentially flex the Aurora, but I don't see really a massive need to. Xin Zhao going to come through for Sponge, it looks like. Yeah, a lot of early pressure from these picks between the jungle and the support, and over the Nongshim, it looks like they might be flexing that Aurora actually into the top lane. And looking at the Yone for Fisher, I feel like last split, Yone was the pick I think he had the strongest performance on. I remember him having a pretty standout game, so definitely a pick he is comfortable with. And also the opportunity with no mid picked up by DRX, you have the chance to ban away any matchups you don't want to play into. So does end up locking that one in. A lot of dive threat already. That's the thing, is you could ban mid picks. I think honestly, I would just ban away anything that gives Teddy safety.
Kai'Sa.
I mean, Kai'Sa potentially, but even like a Xayah ban could actually be pretty good here. I mean, I know we're not big fans of the Xayah, but it would make the Vi's life a lot more difficult. Ezreal, also something you could deny away here. I just think picks that are going to give him an extra element of safety have a lot of value in this situation. The Kai'Sa gets banned by DRX. I think that makes complete sense. You have so many threats to kind of set up that dive potential for Jiwoo. And yeah, I mean, Nongshim could just ban the Ezreal as well here. You definitely want Teddy, ideally on something immobile that you can just press your buttons on and he dies.
I think that would be a recipe for success, for sure. And let's see. Well, Lehends will be told to ban. Giving some thoughts of his own, it's Azir.
Yeah, not the Ezreal, but kind of the same theme as like it's a mid lane pick, but it's also one of these hard to engage on safer picks to line up from Yukal.
You could also just pick away Ezreal, right? You know, if you want to deny that. So
that would actually make a lot of sense. You know, an Ezreal pick coming in has the mobility to follow up a little bit, not like Kai'Sa, but can also just fire the ult across the top. Ziggs coming in. You know, they do have quite a lot of AD in the composition, and also again, Vile, you ult on top, but they do go for that Ezreal denial, as you said. And now DRX toying with the idea of Varus. Varus is longer range, so you can definitely like perform at a safe distance, but this is what Nongshim want to play into, you know, that immobile sort of pick. You have that long range, engaged threaten, even though Varus can often play at such a distance. And then Akali for Yukal is a pick he can definitely pop off on, but it kind of feels like this composition is, okay, they're going to kill you, Teddy. We'll try and kill them at the same time.
Yeah. Good riddance. We'll see you in the next battle.
Yeah. Teddy's job is to press R and hope his team win. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of other threats, and a Nautilus going to be the pick here for Lehends. Just more follow-up, more potential hard engage, and more buttons to press onto Teddy. Or, you know, onto Akali as well.
Yeah.
If you get a little look at Akali for a split second, you press R.
I was going to say that, like, I feel like the Nautilus is more about dealing with the Akali, because obviously you can press R on here quite easily. Because I think they have, I'm going to say it, enough buttons for Teddy. You know, I think if Lehends also presses R on Teddy, I think he might be overdoing it a little bit. But, I mean, the Vi Nautilus combo, not so much recently, but there was a time where this really dictated the meta, and it was just, you don't get to play the game. You know, there's no outplay potential against these. You can buy a Zhonya, sure, but I mean, even when stopwatch was a thing, this was a strong combo.
Yeah.
Now that stopwatch isn't a thing, if you have to either buy a Seeker's Arm Guard, which is expensive and only really good for AP champs, or a full Zhonya's, which is, again, expensive, and not every champion is able to do it. So a lot of power here, I feel, between those two picks and shutting them down. I think Nongshim kind of happy with what they got, especially considering they're on red side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Nongshim come ahead in this draft from what we can see. I think that generally as well, if you've got a lot of CC and you have a lot of easy follow-up, it just feels very nice and kind of easy, right? Whereas we might need to see Yukal pull out the crazy moves or Teddy somehow dodge everything just to do damage with the composition of DRX. So certainly the difficulty curve is much higher on that side. But guys, we are ready for game number 1. Let's hop onto the Rift. Here we go, game number 1. As you know, we talked about trying to make good compositions as it gets later in the Fearless Best of 5. Our first one here at the LCK Cup. And DRX have somewhat struggled in game 1.
Yeah.
How do we feel about this going forward?
We'll have to see. You know, I feel like Nongshim kind of really got what they wanted, and the choices they made as the draft went on made sense. DRX, if you're in their position, you're really trying to match lanes at the start. Well, I mean, I say that, it's not ideal for the Cassante into the Aurora, but really, the bot lane 2v2 is where you have some strength. You know, one of the problems as well is, like, Yukal's been fantastic, but Akali and Yone, I don't expect much to come from that early. Fisher should be able to hold his own, especially as it's, you know, the grasp Yone, who's just very durable. Once it gets to the point where the Akali has kill pressure, he should be feeling pretty comfortable. So we do end up with that 2v2 happened. It's on the opposite side of the map with them both top lane. And I would say DRX pretty happy with that. You know, the Varus does outrange the Ezreal. The Elise poses a good amount of threat in the Nautilus, but there's not so much in return because of the repel. It's kind of hard, especially the Spiderlings are so annoying for a Nautilus. Like a Leona can just E, and it doesn't matter if the Spiderlings are there, the Nautilus doesn't have that. So I do expect Lehens and Jiwoo to be a little bit behind on pressure here, which is good for DRX.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you see that Teddy has gone for the Comet. You know, he's not going to be going on hit Varus in this game. I would imagine he's going to be looking to shoot from far range and do as much poke damage as possible. And then, as we mentioned,
I think
fall over and die.
I think if you're in ranged auto attack, you're too close.
Yeah.
You know, there'll be a brief moment where you can put one auto into someone and then you're dead. That feels like basically what Nongshim are hoping to achieve on this one.
So, like, in terms of who's got the longest range on one poke ability, it is the Varus, right? I mean, there is True Shot Barrage. Should note that. I think Ezreal wins there, but, like, consistent damage.
Yeah. I mean,
it should be Teddy, so at least he's got that.
That is the thing. If you're in a position where you're ahead and your team can play bodyguard and they're not able to find access to the Varus, you can just poke from distance. So there's definitely that value. It's better than if you pick, like, an Ashe. Ashe would have been...
Yeah.
Not so great here. But yeah, I think Nongshim, the Xayah ban, the Ezreal takeaway, definitely a lot of value for them. You can see though Jiwoo on the hands just a little bit on the back foot so far. Not too much come from this. One thing with the Elise is she's very much designed to be a jungler, and you can tell by her mana cost. Mana's not really an issue in the jungle because you get so much mana regen from like the jungle item. But if you spam your abilities in lane for poke, you just go so quickly. We've even seen it happen in the LCK sometimes. Some people less experienced than the Elise just running out of mana really quickly. So you don't have that poke pressure. And you definitely want to wait for level 3 as well. Level 3 a big spike. But for now, they are pushing them in. But Lehens and Jiwoo are still quite healthy.
And you know who's really good on Elise? It's Lehens. And Dondal, you know, you pointed out he played it well yesterday, even though they did lose the game. But now Lehens just doesn't get to play it for potentially 5 games. So I feel like that's another reason to go for that first pick Elise, just deny it from somebody who has so much experience on the pick.
Yeah, and we've seen the bot lane. This is one of the issues with DRX's composition is that, yes, you want to have the 2v2 bot lane matchup happen, but by doing so, you end up with the top lane 1v1 matchup, and Kingen has already picked up a plate and has a CS lead, and he's only level 4. So even this early on, Rich already feeling the pain of playing into Aurora, or just the pain of playing into a ranged top laner as a melee top laner. Never fun. But that's the thing. Like, has DRX got a massive lead from their bot lane? No, not yet. But already Kingen is almost 300 gold up in this matchup.
He's going to get an extra control ward of gold as well.
Nice.
Just adding to the lead. 265 at the moment. Oh, jumping in. Andil looking for it as comes back to his soul, and Cocoon is going to land. Fish in a lot of trouble. Andil gets that in, but he doesn't have repel, so he will go down. But he does pick up the first blood for himself.
I think Fish is pretty happy with that, if I'm going to be honest. The sad thing is obviously just being TP, so he's not going to be able to get back that quickly. But you can see the wave isn't going to get frozen or anything by Yukal. He's not really going to miss much, and he got a kill versus Andal getting a kill. Remember, feat of strength changed, so you need 3 kills for it. They don't even get they don't even get like the initial feat of strength. I think Fish are pretty happy overall. It's down in farm though. You can see what he tries to do here is he tries to bait out the Cocoon and dodge it with his Unbound Soul here. I think Andal goes for the Q and he sees the animation, thinks it's a Cocoon, but Andal very patient. And at this point, Andal flashes in to secure it, but unfortunately, no way to get out again. And so we can see in the mid lane, you know, there is a CS lead over to Yukal, but Fisher's not too far behind in gold thanks to that initial kill. Is a little bit down on XP though, and Yukal is level 6, so that is a bit scary.
Yeah, Yukal level 6, and he's just going to face check the brush and maybe go down here. The Ignite is ticking, and now it's Lehens who's got a kill. At least DRX able to get in there and pick up 1 grub, but Nongshim going to be very happy. They get closer to that feat of warfare. They're also going to be able to pick up 2 grubs and pick up the kill, even though it does go over to Lehens as well.
Yeah, and the big thing is means Fisher obviously got some alone time in the top lane while this was happening. He's caught up in terms of farm against the Akali. He's actually up in gold. Yeah, Xante now has a Negatron cloak. That helps. Yeah, I think the setup for that play was really well done by Nongshim. They found like a pocket of vision. And I think the most dangerous time is when you think you have safety. Like, DRX have control of the grubs, they have people there. Yukal, he suspects something's up, you can see from his movement, but, you know, his team are in the river, he's in his lane, there's only this one small pocket of vision they don't have, but it was just beautifully set up by Nongshim to find that pick. Allows him to secure those 2 grubs, allows Fisher to pull ahead a little bit in that matchup, and just a really heads-up play where you initially saw DRX getting some strength.
Yeah, bit of back and forth already between these two teams. We did expect this series to be a bit of a bloodbath. Certainly it is one of the series where all of us have come in today and have had different opinions on who we think is favored, who we think is going to win. I personally went for DRX. You were thinking Nongshim. We don't have official predictions for this one until playoffs, I believe. But other people saying DRX, other people saying Nongshim, so definitely could go either way.
Yeah.
As, ooh, that was kind of unfortunate flash from Lahens, but...
Yeah, Jiwoo playing a bit aggressive with the Arcane Shift, and then Lahens not really helping him out. But, I mean, Jiwoo obviously has Cleanse, so he is able to get away from it. I think if we didn't have Cleanse, that'd be a very different conversation, I think, between Jiwoo and Lahens on the back of that one.
Yeah. Better than Jiwoo using his flash, I guess, but certainly not the best situation.
Yeah,
and he's also Ezreal, so he's got Arcane Shift, so maybe flash isn't as valuable.
Yeah.
Still very valuable, though.
It is one of those games, though, with Teddy and Andal both having like the Cocoon and the Chains of Corruption. It's very high-value cleanse game for Jiwoo, so that being on cooldown is significant.
Yeah, it definitely is. We've seen some weird fights around the blue for DRX. It has happened. And for Bro. We are going to jump on in there and just go for the fight. They try to just lock them down as the Yone ultimate is going to keep them in place basically forever. But funnily enough, they used everything onto not the 2 carries as Yukal trying to do something. And he's not going to be able to. Fisher picks up a 2nd kill. And Teddy, unfortunately, not able to join the fight. So it was a 2v2 with 2 DPS left, but Teddy not able to do enough.
Yeah, generally pretty well played by the side of Nongshim, but Jiwoo, a little bit of a misplay, a little bit of a fumble. I actually think this initial play is pretty heads up. They commit so much onto the jungle support, which isn't typically, as you said, the target you go for, but they just delete them up on the fight. But Jiwoo, Arcane Shifts in here for no real benefit, honestly. He's not going to kill Teddy, he just exposes himself to Yukal. Does save his flash at least. If he died and flashed, I think I would have been very disappointed. But yeah, Jiwoo kind of a little bit out of sync with the rest of the team, I feel, whereas Gideon, Fisher, and Lahens, they knew what their goal was, and they got it done.
Yeah. Still ends up being good for Nongshim, as you mentioned. They're enjoying about 1,500 gold in the lead, and they're looking for that 2nd set of grubs here in just a moment.
Yeah.
5 grubs, especially when you've got the Aurora, the Yone to potentially be nice side laners. Will be interesting to see how far they can push this lead.
Yeah, Fisher also now with 2 kills on the Yone, feeling a lot better in this matchup. I think later on when you start to get some magic resist as well, really becomes quite painful. I mean, not even necessarily magic resist, but more sustain, more, you can go some defensive items on the Yone. Yukal's not going to be able to handle him as easily. I think that's the thing, is that Akali becomes quite ult reliant. Obviously, there's a lot of power in team fights, but in the side lane, unless you're willing to commit the ult into Yone, you're just going to have a bad time. But yeah, Fierce Feat of Strength picked up by Nongshim with the fact they got 3 kills first, so they can pick up some more. As you said, the grubs would be able to get them 1 if they can get all 3. Start looking that direction, but also they did get a little bit of chip damage on the towers earlier on, so that's an avenue they can also pursue.
Yeah. For now, Gideon just going to start this up, but they're very aware of the imminent threat of DRX.
So something that was weird with the last fight is no one really used any summoners. So still a lot of flashes available or just about to come up.
They just died too fast, you know?
Yeah.
And now Sponge's going to go in. Lahens trying to hook away. He's not going to be able to. They have to turn, but Lahens in a bit of trouble. Tanks up quite a lot and actually still alive for so long. And the Yone just able to clean up. Yukal very out of position after that as they desperately couldn't kill Lahens. And finally they do, but it is absolutely not worth it. Nongshim win another big fight, and now Fisher, 4 kills. feeling pretty good about his situation in this game.
I think DRX was just too tunnel visioned on the Nautilus, and they're like, look, we'll just get him, get out. That's all we need to do. And the more invested they became, the more dire it started to seem in that situation. Lahen's, you know, playing Nautilus is not about KDA. And he is definitely happy with the outcome of that fight. There's a decent interrupt from Sponge at the start, but it is just backfired massively, and now 2,000 gold lead. You can see again, so Sponge gets the interrupt on the hands. They know he doesn't have flash. He's the only person who doesn't have flash. And they're like, look, we can just kill him. We can burst him down. But there's a lot of disruption that comes through. The locket as well from the hands is what saves him. And then that ult from Gideon.
Yeah.
And yes, he goes down, but those two factors, I think, really baited in Nongshim. The double whammy of the extra shielding, and then you saw Sponge flash in just to get immediately interrupted when he was just going to auto once for the finish. And it does end up backfiring. You know, Yukal has been phenomenal for this DRX lineup, but right now he's 1-3 into the Yone 4-1. And I'm not blaming him for it, but this is the player who's really driven DRX to this point, and already this game is looking pretty rough for him because an Akali who is behind is not much at all.
Yeah, it's an Akali playing into heaps of CC as well. I mean, we touched on this in the draft. You know, Lahens can easily just press R onto him and disrupt a lot of the Akali gameplay, the slipperiness. The Varus we talked about as well. Teddy will do damage and then die. So Nongshim from ahead are feeling very good. I feel like DRX, if they were able to get ahead, maybe you got the Akali fed, you know, Cassante unkillable. There were some angles, but it's feeling a little bit unfortunate at this point. One thing to note, no dragons have been taken just yet. 13 minutes into the game. First dragon is Ocean. Nobody has looked at it.
Yeah, usually Ocean a pretty nice pickup as an early dragon because the sustain in lane is nice, but also because you know it's not an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Team's not really leaning towards that as of yet. It feels like we've had more conflicts around the grubs. We started to see, especially I feel like, with the feats of strength seeming less and less valuable. You know, at first everyone was like, oh, we have to fight every grub. It seems like teams have moved a bit more to like, you know, it's not that big of a deal. We can take dragon, you can take grubs, we'll trade off.
Yukal going in here. He doesn't know about the Nautilus. Now he knows as the hook is going to miss. Yukal not to be disrupted. He continues to go in. There's the ult, going to hit both of them. Lahen's easily able to peel for Fisher, who did have to flash, but still going to mean that Fisher gets away. And Sponge is, man, I hope he's not tilted after that last play, but he's absolutely getting very aggressive. Maybe.
Oh yeah, he still has flash actually. I think I said that he flashed in the last play, but must have just dashed in to go for that last order. But yeah, he was looking for the flash play on a Fisher there. You know, it's still advantageous for DRX. They got Fisher's flash, but definitely looking for a bit more. Lahen's with the perfect timing to be there and defend his mid laner. You can see turret plating definitely in favor of Nongshim, helping to contribute to that gold lead. First tower still alive, but Nongshim just need one objective now, having picked up that first dragon, and they will have the feats of strength. Yeah, as I was saying before, I think people have realized it's not like the biggest game changer getting feats of strength. It's not that much of an advantage, but Fisher.
Yeah, this is
no wave. I don't think they can.
Yeah, he's no ult, no flash, so they're thinking maybe, but he did a great job of clearing the wave early on, so he is safe, and the timing is missed by DRX.
And again, it just feels like DRX don't lose anything for making that move up, but every missed opportunity just feels worse and worse for this team, where I feel like as the game goes on, I'm feeling less and less confident, you know, if it keeps heading in this direction. And I think Nongshim doing a good job of just mitigating the plays that come through. They're now moving into the river, clear out some vision around where the Herald's about to spawn. That is one thing. Teddy permanently just has that mid prio over Geo. Obviously the range of the Varus, the wave clear he has. But right now Nongshim really have control off that river area on the top side.
Yeah, feels pretty good for them. And Fisher trying to go deep on that one, actually. Trying to do a bit more damage to that turret. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, no real reason to overextend or do anything crazy. You're getting a Rift Herald for free. You picked up the Ocean Drake for free. Cloud Drake does come next, so it's not Cloud Soul. Gives us the opportunity of a Chem Tech, but also, you know, Mountain, Infernal, and Hex Tech, which are all very strong. So Nongshim, it just feels like they're very much in control of this one. Feats of Strength should come through for them eventually. And and trying to go for a dive onto an Aurora. Now the hook is going to miss, and the dive is also going to be a big miss, as in goes Lahens with his own tech, brings it out and shuts down Ondil. That was one of the saddest dives I've ever seen. That's now looking for a good dive as Nongshim on the top side. They're easily able to dispose of UCAL, as Nongshim are winning big so far.
That's a divide between them. Once again, Lahens defending his solo lane as being in the right place at the right time to mitigate. Kingen did a great job to dodge away. But then, you know, Nongshim just make it look so easy on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that dive was just, it's just UCAL alone. Ondil's obviously not there. Sponge, not there. And Sponge actually backing in the minimap, you can see right now. So he was there, but not at the right time.
Yeah, the off flash comes out from Hens to give Andal no time to repel it. So heads up play there. But I think ultimately that play felt a little bit rushed, a little bit desperate. Ideally, into an Aurora, you want to lead with like undodgeable CC like the Cassante are, but it's very hard to do when the wave's getting cleared and you're in a rush. This was just, you know, Gideon, easy as you do, into the Akali. Now Hens is in a bit of trouble. I think he's just gone.
He might just be, but TP is coming in. There's the locket again. He's buying a lot of time once again, but DRX do have 4 members, but look at Rich. He's not that tanky just yet. He's only got the 1 item and easily disposed of by Jiru. Looking for more. The extension from the Yone on the Xin Zhao. And you would imagine, yes, Gideon should be able to finish off that kill. So now they take another big fight, and they have control of the Dragon Pit. What don't they have at this point?
I think the lesson we've learned is never try and kill the Hens. It always backfires.
He's Nautilus, and he's ahead. He's tanky, actually.
Yep. They find him recalling here, but it's only, look how low Rich is as well. And I mean, he has his ult, so I guess they're thinking, hey, we can make this happen. But this just seems kind of desperate. The TP really makes it scary, but also Gideon gets like this max range Q flash that comes out. Well, maybe not max range, but still manages to catch out Rich. And then here, the turret being so low as well, Kingen just finishes it off, allows Gideon to push forwards and clean up on the play. And if things were bad before, they are just, I think this game is pretty done. 5,600 gold lead so far to Nongshim. They are firmly in control.
Yeah, it is quite the gap at this point in time. They can take the Drake whenever they want. They've got pushing lanes. They have the Rift Heralds. Like I said before, you know, what don't they have? They've essentially taken every objective. There was the 1 grub that went to DRX. They have all of their turrets, and they're getting baited by Nautilus.
Guys, stop
once
trying
again.
to kill the Hens. It just doesn't work.
Chains of Corruption into a Nautilus who has fooled you 3 times.
And he has Merc Treads as well, and he keeps buffering the CC with his dredge line. So
he's taunting them.
Yeah.
On purpose. It's game 1 of a best of 5 and you're getting crushed. Like, it's Lahens' job to do that. We know what his personality is as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of these things where, you know, especially this LCK Cup, you know, Beryl has been performing really well. You know, he had that 9 deaths at least game. These are the mind game players like Beryl and Hens do.
Yeah.
Where you think you've got a pick. You think, you know, we can kill him. It's free. It's never free. There's always a cost. And Lahens is demonstrating that beautifully here.
Yeah, he just feels kind of unkillable. Celestial opposition as well for any beginning of the fights.
The better thing is, it's like, even if you kill him, it's just never good, you know? Yeah. He's happy to sacrifice for the team.
Yeah, maybe in the first fight, but like the second, the third time, not nearly as useful to go for that. It is Infernal Soul, by the way, so pretty good for Nongshim.
I think as well, you're now in a position where UCAL is not that strong.
Not again. Okay, it is still Nautilus. You see Sponge backing away. He's like, no, no, no. Okay, 4th time I have learned.
Yeah.
We're not going to go in on the level 8 Nautilus.
Do a little bit poke and then respect. That was not that much damage.
Yeah, but he is kind of getting CC'd down. He will have to flash out of that one. So nice little catch from Ondil. Not sure what Fisher was thinking. Just kind of face checking the brush.
He was like, oh, Lahens, I can do it too. You know Lahens. You know that guy. But we're getting to the point where Nongshim are really strong. UCAL pulling behind a little bit, but also, if you look at Rich's items, he went the Kanik Rukin, obviously great into Kingen. Then he's gone the Sheen, he's building an Iceborne Gauntlet, but he doesn't really have much armor yet.
Yeah.
You into this
Look at the jungle level gap as well. Not to mention just the jungle gap at the moment in terms of the scoreline. Level 14 to 11, and Sponge dies again. It's free Otacon here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so free. I mean, Gideon is so strong. I was going to say he has the Black Cleaver. You have a lot of AD damage in the composition, so Rich is going to feel squishy. They're wanting to contest this.
Well, we've seen Otacon throws before, but I don't think this is going to be one of them. As they get the Otacon, and now they turn on the fight as they're looking to take down Lehens. They will enjoy their 200 gold. He gets a hook in the Death Chamber as well, just to add to the bonuses that he has given to his kills, or his team rather. And there you go, double kill for Jiwoo. Otacon secured for Nongshim. Only Lehens gets withdrawn.
Yeah, definitely felt like a bit of a desperate play there. From DRX. I can't really fault them for going for it because the game is pretty cooked at this point, but they just really didn't have a hope.
This, though.
Sponge dying for a control ward, never the play. Didn't have the support from the team. Like, Elise was in base. You shouldn't be stepped up there. And now the team is forced into this desperate play to try and redeem things. But, like, Kingin is just on this flank permanently. No one's really threatening him. Gets a big ult. You see Lehens dies, but doesn't even really die this time.
He got the hook while he was withdrawing.
Yeah, I mean, Lehens is just chilling in this game. And it really seems like it's pretty doomed at this point. And the thing is, Gideon, you know, you talked about him being so far up on Sponge. This isn't the first time. I feel like a consistent thing we've seen in the LCK Cup from Gideon is when he's given free reign in a game, he will, even on junglers like Vi, you don't think of Vi as a power farmer, but he's done it on like Sejuani as well.
Yeah.
He will generate a massive lead in the jungle and ensure that not only are you dealing with like fed laners, but the enemy jungler is like 3 levels up as well. And it means he's so powerful. He can just dive in like a madman and then still be a threat beyond his ult.
He's ahead of his own mid laner. I mean, that's saying a lot. You know, it's not even comparing it one winning team to one losing team. It's like, yeah, he's just that ahead in the game. As, yep, this is the Varus, doesn't get to play the game. We talked about this in draft, but now the wallets are just gigantic as they are going to catch Gideon. And of course, they will go for the dive with this Otacon buff.
Wait, they got Lehens
of it, and yeah, they did get Lehens.
Well, job successful. That's what they wanted, right?
That's what they've told us all game long, Ox.
Well, in terms of their objective of killing Lehens, you know, they've done it 4 times, not too bad. In terms of their objective of winning the game, DRX hasn't gone so far.
2 other kills. You know, they got Lehens and 2 other kills.
Yeah.
That's it.
To be fair, at this point, I don't think there's much DRX can do. They are at a huge deficit. The Otacon buff as well makes it really painful. And this is kind of what we talked about in the composition. There's just nothing really you can do to stop this. They can try and win the fight afterwards, but they're obviously really behind. It's not going to happen. But I think the draft that Nongshim have, and then the denial of the Ezreal and the ban of Desire really just made it impossible for Teddy to play the game.
Yeah. Yukal got there late as well, you know, so we were talking about, oh, if you use everything onto Teddy, then you don't have much for Yukal. I mean, it is more than a 10,000 gold lead at this point, so it's kind of just little things. As Andel, he's like, oh, I got a cocoon, guys, come on.
You know.
And he's probably just dead. Again, up 3 levels is Gideon on Sponge here as they look to punish him. Should be able to. The disengage cone, not even, it's actually going to help Gideon engage cone over the wall. So the Uno reversal there, actually. And yeah, Nongshim can just kind of do whatever they want at this point. Feels like they're playing with their food.
Yeah, just run at them. Just take them out. That is basically what they're doing in every situation. There's really nothing the DRX can do right now.
They're not even going to give them 1 turret.
Yeah, got to feel a bit rough. I talked before about how like Akali feels underwhelming when behind, but also like Elise, you know, some of the items you build on Elise are a bit more expensive, you know, being like AP items. But also, like, Elise has been really strong in solo queue, where you kind of get, like, 11 kills for some reason.
Yeah.
And you take over a game. You know, those ruinous Otacon games we hear so much about that don't exist in the LCK?
Not a thing.
If you fall behind this pick, you're just a cocoon bot. And would you rather have Nautilus or just, like, Elise cocoon? And you're also so squishy as well. It's not a great trade-off. They picked up the Baron now. The graphic just showed Gideon now 4 levels up.
Oh no.
You fall behind Gideon and he will dominate. He will get so much. And the thing is, you know, sometimes you have those junglers who just farm all the time, don't really do anything, but he's 4-0-11.
Yeah.
It's not even that. It's not even like, oh, thank God he's farming and not killing my team. No, he's doing that too. But he's also just tied highest level in the game.
Yeah, he's just the enemy jungler in solo queue. Like, he is everywhere. He's in every lane, ganking everyone at once, also ahead in farm. You're like, how is this possible?
Yeah, this is a solo queue experience. You know, I'm definitely in Teddy's position. You know, I have the 2 and 6. At least support enemy comp is just going to murder me constantly.
Yeah.
The 1 and 5 Akali mid. It's so true.
Well, they got through Lahenza's shields. I will give them that, as in goes Fisher, and they just assassinate them. This game has been done for quite a while, but Nongsim going to show off their big bars of gold that they have gained from all of their farming in this one. Down will go all the members of DRX, and down will fall the Nexus. Nongsim absolutely stomping them, almost 20,000 gold ahead at the end of the game. That one was not close, not even a little bit.
Not even slightly. And I feel like it's rough because DRX had blue side, you know, they had that advantage going into the series, didn't really make use of it. Now they'll have side selection again. They're presumably going to go blue side once again, but it's like, this really, it felt like the draft didn't do them any favors, but also in terms of play, they seemed so just disjointed. There wasn't really any clear direction. They kept trying to kill the hands, it just didn't work. Not a fun one to start the series with. You definitely just have to go, okay, look, it's a best of 5. We're 1 game in. They can't play any of those champs again.
We denied them the Elise.
Let's not stress. I think that's the approach you have to have on this one. It's never a good one, never a good feeling to get rolled this hard, but it's also, it's a best of 5, and a lot of these players have been through those best of 5 scenarios, so they'll talk a bit about the game, and I'm sure they'll look to bounce back. But it does mean, you know, sometimes you have a situation where in a best of 5, it's like the team with blue side, and blue side's really strong. They get it game 1 and win, and then game 2 it goes the other side, and it's a back and forth.
Yeah.
DRX have lost that already because they've lost that blue side game. Even if they go on blue side game 2, Nongsim have a bit of an edge there. King doing a lot of damage, mostly just pumping in a rich. But yeah, DRX not doing a whole lot of anything this game.
It wasn't really a perfect game, but it kind of felt like a perfect game. 6 kills did go to DRX, but most of them were on Lahenz, the Nautilus. So we're going to have to see a different kind of game 2, or this might just be a quick series. Guys, we're going to take a quick break and have the space to break down game number 1. We will be right back.
나와도 되더라. 오케이, 이번에. 아칼리 쪽으로 보면 좋아.
여기 시야 좀 되나?
야, 나 몸 넣을게. 넣어봐. 삼절각 조심하고 자고.
아니 나 그냥 미드
아, 걸어도 돼. 몸 잡을게.
맞아 안 나온다.
보자. 아기, 아칼리 볼게, 얘들아. 아칼리 봐갖고. 아칼리 봐야 돼. 머리 끝나자. 아칼리 맞아.
오케이 끝내자.
아, 잡아.
잡다 나 커더라도.
나이스.
강파 들어가죠?
아빠 잘하다. 잘했어, 얘들아. 아빠 잘하다.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Law Park here in the space to break down that first game. Nongshim up 1-0 over DRX in our final play-in game. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid, and y'all at home, we're mad. We're mad because that was not very good gameplay from DRX, and they are better than that. And at least, you know, they can't do much worse, because that was bad. That was just bad.
You know what DRX feels like to be a lot of the time in this LCK Cup is when you play a game, like let's say Yukal's the main character in the situation. You play a game of League of Legends, you have 4 guys around, you're like, that was a good team. You guys want to go into flex queue? Like you add everyone as a friend and you're like, let's go into flex queue. And then the rest of the tournament is like, ooh, like, well, we were all played really well in that one game and it was really good, but like, otherwise we're not really on the same page. We don't know each other that well yet. We maybe need to drop the support, like maybe we'll get a replace. So I feel like this team just isn't coordinated in most of their really important matches. They just cannot play as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, like, when they're ahead, they can snowball really well, because whenever you play with friends, when you're winning, it feels so great, right? But whenever you're losing with your friends, you start to talk some bad things with your friends, right? And yeah, I mean, that kind of happens with DRX, and it shouldn't happen in professional scene, probably.
Yeah, I mean, early on, it just wasn't great. Yukal just getting booped on this one early.
So I wanted to talk about this play because, you know, Fisher ends up using his Unbind, so he gets Cocoon guaranteed. But after this Flash, Andil doesn't need to follow Flash here and actually kill him because he doesn't have teleport. So if he actually just lets him go there, there's a huge advantage, actually, for DRX. Instead, he gives gold over the Yone, and then this is a bit of a disaster, Wadid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yukal did really great on his wave management because he was kind of freezing and also denying the experience from the Yone. So I think, as you mentioned, if Elise didn't flash there, he could have another timing for like ganking or also making some plays. But after that, Yone actually got the 300 gold in the bank, right? So he was completely fine. So I think your idea was really great behind. So I think they could be more smart about the game, not really like just looking for the kills, you know, and just trade your life for that.
Again, that was an Elise first pick by DRX. Again, the power that Lehens has in the draft and how it's going to play out later on. Then the Yone gets fed in a couple more fights, and after that, DRX start to fall apart both in the bot and top side of the map.
So yeah, after this play, I felt they kind of gave up the game because Elise is actually trying to dive on bot, who has full HP Aurora, but when you think about their team composition, they're all about the early game, right? They're playing Lethality Varus with Xin Zhao and also Electrocute Akali, which means that even though you're behind in kills, you can still make some plays. You have at least support, but instead of that, they are playing around Cassante, not with jungle and just support being alone on bot side, and also it was really great counterplay by Lehens, but at the same time, can you actually kill Aurora with Cassante?
This is a really disappointing setup on the map here for me because if you look at how Nongshim set up, otherwise they're all around the top side. They're actually taking the objective. They're pushing their side lane super hard. I think the Elite should be more focused on that pressure point where there's also a bounty on the Yone they could pick up if they end up getting that kill. Let the Cassante sit in the bottom side, be low eco, and absorb that pressure instead and play around the top side objective. Instead, they try to cross map and force it, lose on top side and bottom side as a result.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the reason why they tried on both sides. Oh, Yone got 4 kills and like Yone and Vi is so fat. But still, you gotta try. Like, you gotta do something because you're gonna get outscaled anyways, right? Yone is gonna get outscaled. Yone is gonna outscale Akali anyways because Akali got electrocuted. So even though you're really behind in all the game, you have to try something, especially when you have Lethality Varus and Elise in the combo.
Yeah, by the time that the game was said and done, almost a 20,000 gold lead for Nongshim. It was a very, very one-sided affair. And if you're a Nongshim fan, you love it. If you're a DRX fan, Coach Song has a lot of things to fix, not a lot of time to fix. Something you saw what did there at the end, there weren't very many mouths moving on the DRX side on how do we get back in. Only maybe Andil making the calls there.
I mean, it's just huge disappointment because it feels like they're just giving up the game, you know? Like, you can still do something. It's still on-stage game, right? Even though the game is horrible, you can still try to do something, but that's not really happening from DRX side. That's why I kind of disappointed on them.
I feel like Akali is a pick that's so up and down, right? And Yukal, if he gets fed and his team is coordinated around him and he gets ahead, you can do a lot with that pick. Yukal is the main character for this roster. I think putting on something where he's a little bit more self-sufficient and can carry should probably be the game plan moving forward here for DRX.
Yeah, DRX continued to stay on blue side. Ox said it on the cast. Had that advantage coming into it. Wasn't much of an advantage here. Again, when I think about the draft, Jace went through untouched. And Bessa was DRX's own first ban. It feels like, they wanted to play specific to Nongshim and instead missed out on a cohesive game plan here.
Yeah, and also it's BO5 series, right? And LPL has better win rate on red side, especially. So we can see that actually in BO5, you can have advantage on the red side because you can actually pick over their picks. So I feel like if you cannot use blue side well, then what if just pick red side and see their picks and also react to it?
I think Nongshim has just been the better drafting team in general, which is a bit of concern. I think Rich's champion pool right now seems really small. Like he's playing most of the Cassante every chance he can get. Otherwise, going to the Mbessa feels really punishable. I hope they don't draft for him early in this draft because it could backfire in a big way.
Yeah, again, best of 5, the first one here in the LCK Cup, and not a great start here for DRX. Nongshim, they didn't have many mistakes to improve upon, especially when DRX kind of crumbled at the first blow. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that yet again and go up to a decisive 2-0, or will DRX be able to battle back? Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that breakdown. And yes, I am very curious to see what is going to happen when Rich gets put into a Game 5 scenario. If they even get there, by the way. We might just have 3 games and be donezo, which would be unfortunate for them, obviously. But it is the big game here. And if DRX wins, I will live in Korea forever. You'll probably just live in Korea forever anyways. Pretty fun, pretty good place.
Will you live in Korea forever if DRX win?
I think it might just happen anyway.
Oh, okay.
We'll see about what happens in the future. I can't make calls on, my life 20 years in advance. But
I love making like
probably
really committal like you know what? If Nongshim win, I will play a lot of video games. And if
wow,
Nongshim
that's
don't win,
crazy, Ox.
I'll do it anyway.
I can't believe you would play a lot of video games.
You know what? If DRX win, I will continue to cast the LCK.
Okay.
And if they don't win,
you're going to be fired if they didn't, So.
I'll do it regardless.
Let's see what happens in this draft. Because we have seen teams even struggle when it gets to a Game 3. And now Game 3 is default.
I feel like one of the things, though, when you have best of 5s without Fearless, there's this ebb and flow of, problem solving. Especially in a situation like this where we see the same sides twice in a row. You're like, okay, what's going to change? Sometimes they leave the same bands, which, we're seeing now, obviously. But sometimes you see, the same picks come out, but little tweaks, little adjustments. With Fearless, you just throw everything out. You have the dirty water just gone, fresh new load, and it's just a situation where none of the problems you had in the last game, in terms of those picks you have to face into, or maybe lacking things in your composition, are relevant.
Yeah.
You have to really just start again fresh. I will say something is the bans will tend to feel pretty samey because, you don't have to ban those picks you struggled with. Maybe, without Fearless, you're like, okay, should we ban Aurora instead of Shen? Now Aurora's gone, so, you just keep the Shen ban. And Sponge going for the Nidalee. We have seen him have success on this pick. We've seen Zyra picked into a lot. I feel like Nidalee has the edge in that matchup, with the long-range poke, and Zyra's over counter-engage. But it is a situation where I was going to say, similar bans. We've actually seen the Sejuani ban come out from DRX.
That's the one change.
Yeah, so Mbessa picked up by Nongshim here, so big pick for Kingen. Could see the Jace I expect to come out from DRX in return here. We'll see what Nongshim want to pick up in the jungle. Obviously, I think Gideon, 2 of his biggest games, we obviously just had that great bye game, but also he had a fantastic Sejuani game. So those 2 both taken away from him. Gonna go for the old Cork. He did get his first ever mid lane win the other day. Win rate still in recovery.
It was you, Cal, right?
Yeah.
That picked it up, I believe, against the DM Freaks.
Wasn't hugely convincing in and of itself, but it was a win.
Yeah.
He did win POM, but not specifically, I'd say, for the Corky game. Definitely took a while to get going. But yeah, I think the Jace makes sense into the Mbessa. Not the most fun lane match to play. Obviously, Mbessa is Mbessa. She just becomes a monster later on, but definitely going to not have the pressure in that matchup early on. And now, I feel like in here you probably just pick what mid lane you want into the Corki, but opted instead to go for the AD carry. So they saw how things got kind of thinned out as the pool got threatened in the second rotation last time, opting to get that early Kai'Sa for Teddy, which has, I think, been his best pick so far. Does make me think the comp is a little bit AP heavy. It's not too much of a concern. They can still go an AP mid, but
yeah.
thing. And we're going to see Gideon on the Lilia. So this is the guy who, when he's playing Sejuani and Vi, will get like a massive farm lead. He's now on Lilia. I mean, it is into a Nidalee who's also farming jungler, but I think if you put a foot wrong as Sponge, you're just going to fall so far behind, and Lilia will just take over the game.
Yeah, Gideon slowly becoming that guy for the squad. We didn't know who was going to be it. You know, it could be King in time to time. Lahans was that guy at times. You know, Jiwoo, he's had his moments. Fisher. Gideon now having his own moment to shine. Feels like, you know, Nongshim are coming together individually and as a team. It's looking pretty good here in play-in so far.
Yeah.
MF going to be banned.
Poppy ban. We've seen a lot of Poppy Kai'Sa. I don't think there's that many things on the side of Nongshim so far that really Poppy's great into. She obviously gets a lot of value and stuff with dashes. I mean, Ambessa is decent value, but other than that, yeah, MF banned away. Not a pick we've been hugely convinced by, but super strong with the Lilia for the when you sleep them and the ult doesn't wake them up.
Yeah,
pretty obnoxious. Honestly, you have a lot of AD on the side of Nongshim. You could even go for something like a Ziggs if you really wanted.
Yeah, we saw that banned in game 1 actually, Kai'Sa and Ziggs by DRX
Definitely
here in the second phase.
Yeah, definitely a pick G was comfortable on. Yeah, I don't think you don't need more AP with a Lilia, but you're in this position where you kind of have the freedom if you want more AP. Rel going to come out as the ban from Lahans. I imagine you just pick up AD carry here, and then you leave counter pick for Lahans. I mean, they could technically flex the Corki though, which, you know, Corki bot has seen more wins than Corki mid. So if they wanted to do that, they could, but I don't really see the appeal yet. And they're just going to pick up the Ashe for Jiwoo. A lot of long-range poke from DRX, so I think the Ashe engage has good value. Also, is just generally a strong pick. And we'll see what DRX want to round out their composition with. Definitely want an engaged support to pair up with that Kai'Sa. Looking at the Jack, so, you know, I was thinking it'd probably be this Jace in the top lane, but instead putting it towards the mid lane, really indexing into that long-range poke, and then the Leona comes out, which I think makes sense, given that Nautilus is obviously unavailable, Rel banned.
But it is Lahens, and, you know, what do you go for here? You can pick pretty much anything.
I think it's honestly, it's a decent Braum angle. I think, to be honest. Good into Leona. You can block like the Shock Blast quite well. Pairs well with Ashe, pairs well with Corki and Bessa. And they have engage. You know, I think one of the biggest issues we've seen with Braum being picked up in the LCK is when you don't have engage and you have to have the engaged Braum.
Oh, no.
But you have the Ashe ult, you have the threat of like a Bessa flank, you have like the Lilting Lullaby, you have ways to gap close in the enemy team. So I think it makes sense here for Nongshim. And it means if we do get into those 5v5s, I think DRX are really going to struggle. I think they have to set up and land poke for their composition to work.
Yeah.
You know, it's game 2. Game 1, we obviously talked about, felt like there was an edge towards Nongshim in the draft. I feel like it's kind of gone around the same route in game 2, where I feel like there's an edge. I do think there's... it's hard to say.
Less of an edge?
Less of an edge. I think they don't need to just hard win early as much, but they do have this Nidalee Jace who definitely want to get the ball rolling. If they get ahead and it's a struggle to be engaged on and they just have all that poke, sure, like they can definitely come out ahead. Also, if like we get an early Mikhails, it can really make it, like if you're firing at, if you land an arrow and it gets Mikhails, that's like you're engaged out the window, or the Lilting Lullaby. There's definitely more tools, I'd say, for DRX this game, but I still think Nongshim are really happy with what they got in the draft.
I would be too. I think that Nongshim twice in a row have come in here and they have shown their ability to, you know, even pull out the Lilia relatively early on in a best of 5 and say, hey, we can play with this. We can craft a composition around it that looks good. Let's jump onto the Rift and see how it looks. Here we go, game number 2. DRX selecting blue side after their game 1 loss. And they get Sponge his Nidalee. He's been able to pop off, but it's been after winning some early games, so I'm sure that Nongshim are going to try to do everything possible to not get behind in this one.
2 for 2 on Spears, though, so far. That's what you want to see. We definitely had a less convincing Nidalee performance. I won't name names, but we definitely had one. A little bit less convincing earlier in the tournament. A lot less Spears connecting. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
Yeah, it was less than ideal, I think we can say.
But he did a lot of healing. You know? You can target that one.
Yeah, at that point, just play Soraka jungle, I guess. If you can't hit Spears, that's what you are. But Sponge, you know, as you said, he's had a good... I think that's the thing, is that...
Rich is here.
Yeah, I think it makes complete sense to swap.
Get him, Rich.
Yeah. Not sure about that one.
I mean, it's okay. At the end of the day, he's not really doing anything besides just soaking XP anyway.
Makes complete sense to swap playing into Ashe Braum as Kai'Sa, Leona, not a 2v2 you want to start the lane playing against. I think the thing I will say about DRX is that, you know, Sponge's Nidalee, Teddy's Kai'Sa, these are picks that we've really seen them pop off on so far. So, a lot of comfort, which may end up paying off for DRX. Teddy actually going for the W start there. So obviously you don't need the Q to push the wave. You're not contesting the wave with anyone, but allow the W to get that full passive proc onto King and get him chunked out a bit. Lehens is waiting nearby though. And I think Lehens, that's something he's done really fantastically so far in game 1. But knowing where to be on the map to just shadow, to cover your weak side. And it does mean that it's a 1v1 between Duo and Rich, but Jax doesn't have any pressure on this 1v1, you know? If you ever find a window to jump in on Jiwoo and stun him, you then just get auto down. Like, you're not going to kill him in one combo,
damage,
and you're just going to get run down in return. So it's not a fun time. Jiwoo's completely confident there, especially as he has Cleanse as well. And in the meantime, the Hens will just offer some safety to Kingin. So no threat of dive can come through, which I think is a bit of a concern, because Kai'Sa, Leona, and Nidalee, that is a lot of burst, a lot of execute damage between the Nidalee and the Kai'Sa. You really could get dove comfortably if all 3 were there.
So as it stands, you know, DRX, they do get the swap, but it still feels like Nongshim have reacted very well to it. Fisher with the fancy feet, by the way, he's able to dodge quite a lot in the trades. As this is what happens when you do step up and try to stun the Ashe, is you take a worse trade. And here comes Sponge, he's level 4 with the quick clear, trying to get the punish here onto Lehens, who was just trying to help. He's going to flash away just to be safe. I think there was a chance maybe he even survives without the flash, but he didn't want to take that chance.
Yep. So getting the sums is obviously nice from Lehens, but I think you imagine that same scenario where Lehens wasn't there. It's just King and dead. So it's positive for DRX, but you always have to put it in the context of what they would have liked to have happen, which would have been a kill specifically on a Kingin and denial of farm. Kingin is still confident, and with a big wave, he's even just forcing Andal away. So I think Lehens willing to sacrifice his summoners to make sure his top laner is okay. And that's kind of been the theme of Lehens' play so far this series.
Yeah, it definitely has been. No freeze in the top lane from Teddy. Could have just kept it there, but instead he wants to get it back in. As we see Jiu come up here to join Lehens, and the Ambessa go down towards bot. So it looks like we are going to have the matchups actually match each other, with the top laners in the bottom side and the duos in the top side.
Yep, so it has resulted Rich has a bit of an XP lead over Kingin, but we also have Jiu with an XP lead over Teddy. Now, as long as Kingin doesn't have too much trouble, I mean, he's having a bit of trouble now in the lane. As long as he can stabilize, the thing is with how the lane is right now, the lane assignments are, Jiu is close to the Krugs, which is going to want to fight, so you have a level advantage on the person who's going to be in that fight. You know, both top laners just TP'd bot. They aren't going to be involved in the grubs. So I think as long as Kingin doesn't fall too far behind in this matchup, Nongshim have a bit of an edge there in terms of who's going to be showing up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, both junglers just going for their full clears, their second one here. Before they do take a look at some of these objectives. Gideon not really going for much of anything in terms of a gank. But now we have a bit of a fight in mid. Fisher level 6 though, even gonna Valkyrie over UCAL for a bit of extra damage. Here's the first gank from Gideon, and Rich is in a bunch of trouble. He has his flash, he's jumping back into the fight just to try to get some XP, as he says, well, I'm not getting away anyway, and that is first blood given over to Gideon's Lilia.
Yeah, and if he wants, you could probably just go for Dragon here. They've kind of forfeited Grubs in these situations. Actually opted not to, he's moving up. Lions is in position. They want to have that cake in Eater 2. They'll get that kill on the bot side, but they're not willing to give up here.
Valkyrie in with Ondil nearby, but just the fact that Gideon exists.
Lahens is just soloing Sponge away from the Grubs, apparently.
The threat of all 4 members coming up, right?
Yeah, and because Andal was waiting around mid, it does mean that G was able to move first.
The bowling ball is going to miss. Engage comes in from Ondil. It's on to Braum, though, and now the turn comes in. Lahen's tanking up so much damage once again. Low health bars, though, on the side of Gnomeshim as they look to turn onto Teddy, who might be in a bit of trouble. Flashes, though, and the low health bars might come back to bite them as DRX. They get another engage. Ondil slept for quite a while. As here comes Ping in, level 6 himself. He has tried to join this fight as there's the ult! And the death, though, is traded back. Kingen looking for a second, gets his second! And Gideon still fighting against Sponge here, who would love to get the Scuttle Crab, and he will be able to.
Yeah, so big roam from Kingen actually started to go in favor of DRX. If Kingen hadn't been there, I think it would have just been kind of a clean sweep. Well, maybe not a clean sweep, but a huge edge given over. Rich just gets some alone time now, but Fish is going to be there in time. And actually, Rich, I think, could be dead.
He didn't flash last time, so there's that, and he is going to flash the arrow.
That was a difference maker. Gideon playing a dangerous game here.
Well, he checks the brush, and he's just going to say, okay, you can take my red buff, but I'm not going to stop farming. I am Gideon, and I am Lilia.
Problem is, even though Nongshim made those moves bot lane to kind of look for the Jax, this has led them to have a weak situation top where Kingen trying to struggling getting towards the tower. I think because bot lane, you can see Lahens is moving up toward top side, he will be able to get in, pick up some farm, but we've seen a bunch of plates picked up for DRX. They got that bot lane plate from Rich, got some plates top side for Teddy. Fisher, well, I think it must have been G who got it earlier. But we'll see this play going down in the bot lane. And Gideon actually tries to predict Rich's flash. So goes for the flash, the W here, kind of where the flash would end up. Rich holds the flash and figures I was just dead anyway. If he flashes then, he's flashing into it, into the W, he's just dead. Ops instead, just to give it up. But here, this is an interesting fight. So Fish is quite low. I think that's a big factor here. I know UCAL is, but Fish is kind of on the front lines right now. And we see they go into the fight, but they're very non-committal because of the Braum passive. They don't want to get stunned up. Teddy's doing good damage, and the whole team leans on chasing him down. But then UCAL gets this massive jump in. The follow-up is F from Andal. Gideon's sleep does kind of save the play, but you kind of think of how this play was going. Andal's dead, but Jiwoo's about to go down. If Kingen isn't here, I think it's just kind of doomed. I think if Kingen isn't there, Gideon probably dies as well.
Yeah.
And Kingen doesn't get those 2 kills in return, so it would have been an absolute disaster.
You can see the spear hit Kingen, and I think the call from Sponge was, oh crap, Ambessa's here, back away. But Teddy did not get the memo as he was looking for that kill. And he did get it, but he also had to pay for his life, for it, and let Kingen join the fight. And he was able to pick up that second kill as well. So Gnomeshim feeling pretty good about cleaning up the end of that. They've got a Fed top laner now and a Fed jungler. As Kingen, he's being baited into this one. Oh, he dashes straight into a very nice spear from Sponge. And Rich gonna shoot him the little happy bumblebee for that one.
Yeah, it's recalling on a ward. Rich finds him out, the spear connects, and we talked about this needs to be a good game from Sponge and this Nidalee. It has been so far. 1,000 gold lead for Nongshim. This is how you want a game to go when you have the Nidalee.
Yeah, so now the Nidalee, ahead on farm, picks up a kill, and is very slightly ahead of Gideon. So feels pretty good about picking this one up. Really the angle on the spear is the coolest moment of this one.
Yeah, also the fact he kind of dashes to the side instead of like directly away. It kind of seemed like he was like, okay, I'm going to back off, but not that much. And then he realized Sponge was there and he was in for a bad time.
Yeah, not respecting
Once
the
again,
lack of vision.
No dragon taken. Feels quite late, you know. Had this contest over the grubs early in these series, but dragon's kind of like an afterthought. Dragon
is just, you know, he's a bit outdated. You know, there's been a lot of new things added. The grubs, the Rift Heralds, Atakan, all the plants and stuff. Dragon's just sitting there like, don't you care about me still?
Such a busy Rift.
I don't think this is going to amount to too much. Just some supports taking a bit of damage, but the grubs are coming up.
This is going to sound like the most standard thing ever, but it's actually kind of, I have a lot of respect for Teddy for not cleansing, because the amount of times I've seen LCK AD carries, they get hit by an cleanse immediately. Like, even when there's no
It's what they're
threat,
programmed to do, Ox. They don't know how to do anything else.
Teddy makes the decision that, hey, they're not going to tower dive me right now with 2 teammates here, and just holds it. Genius.
Imagine that. Well, Teddy's got a very nice angle now, and he has his cleanse, so you see that Hans and Jiwoo are just running away, but you can't quite run away from the Kai'Sa. Double flash over the wall to get on top of Jiwoo, and they will do just that. Still a fight here over the grubs. Will turn into a quick 3v2, but Sponge is on the chase. They should be able to take down Anvil, though, painlessly, as Sponge takes away the grub as well. 3-4-3 in that objective. Fisher here now, and it's getting messy once again. We got a 4v4. In goes King, and he gets the angle, but that's on the UCal. Now he's trying to flash away and trying to get some peel, but that's the kill on the ridge. Fisher, full health. He's got the Gatling gun, and he's just running them down with it as Teddy able to at least take out one with the help of UCal. The missile is going to miss, as it's in the name, and here comes Fisher, and there's not much you can do about that. You're not getting away from those two, as Kingen comes in and steals both kills.
I feel like once again, Kingen is just being like the difference maker in these fights. It would have been a much more one-sided game towards DRX, in fact, if it wasn't for Kingen's plays here. This fight is very delicate. Jiwoo, you know, starts to get chunked out by Teddy. Teddy still has his cleanse, so it's not like Lehens can do much. Flashes away, 2 flashes in return. AD carry dead, but then this fight, I think Andal and Rich maybe starting a bit too early. Andal ends up going down, so it's now been a 1-for-1 trade with support for AD carry. DRX feeling good. But Kingen, this is such a daring move to go for, but it ends up paying off. You know, he ults in onto UCal, catches him, gets some damage down, flashes out of the stun, and then he's just, you know, he uses his health bar as a resource, allows Fisher to move up, allows Gideon to do a ton of damage. Kingen's still trying to make things happen despite being a blinking red health bar. And then this final play here, you know, if Kingen doesn't step up here, they might have just killed Fisher. The heal comes in, the execute for the Nidalee nearly there, but Kingen steps in and finishes it off, and that fight was down to the wire. And I feel like we've kind of seen that, the fights so far in this game, super close, super clutch, but now you're dealing with a 4-1 Ambessa, a 3-0 Lilia. The game was looking good for DRX, but it's kind of just exploded in their faces.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very close. It was just a couple of fights that could have gone either way, and Nongshim just barely coming out ahead. Kingen the difference maker, as you said. Talked about Rich's champion pool on the space. You know, it was a great mention from, I think it was Wolf and Wadid, who were talking about how he's gone back to this Ambessa many a time. If it's not Cassante, they take the Ambessa away. He's playing Jax, not quite the same impact. And this is just game 2, right? We're very early on in what could be 5 games. DRX would have to step it up a bit to make it possible. I feel like UCal is doing well for himself. He's not playing Akali at least, and he has shown that at least, you know, he can have a big impact on this Jace mid, and he's been doing that, but, you know, Kingen going in there and getting, you know, the refresh on the Braum stun onto UCal in a very important moment in that pit, also pretty huge. As we're seeing the pullback animation here.
And I think that's really how the fights need to be played for Nongshim. DRX have a lot of long-range poke, have a lot of mobile characters who can dive onto targets and isolate them. But in a grouped 5v5, if Nongshim are like see target, kill target, stack up the passive from Braum, very hard to deal with, especially since so much damage can be blocked by either the Braum, like, you know, you can block spears, block shock blast, or just Kingin. You can just tank it, you know? He's built that way.
Yeah. He's built that way, and Bess is built that way.
And Besser certainly is a champion of full time.
We don't have Mel yet, but we will.
Oh man.
Yeah. These champions, they just keep coming out.
Yeah, you think Ambess is
over the
broken? You should see a daughter, you know?
Yeah.
I think what's crazy is we had the hotfix that came in with Mel on release, and it was one of the bigger immediate hotfixes I've seen for champion. She's still bonkers. Release Mel, not okay.
I think they realized, like, oh crap, we don't want another Xinjiao situation. Like, no, please. And yeah, she's...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you know, they responded quickly, but I mean, hit W is just absurd. But you know, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We don't have to worry about that right now.
I don't think we have to worry about that. Don't quote me on this. Until April.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we're just on this patch for the rest of LCK Cup.
Yeah, we just have to worry about, like, Ambassador and Skarner, you know?
Cassante still exists.
Oh, God.
But, you know, it's fearless. It's fun. As that arrow, not the best. I mean, he had vision. Maybe didn't expect them to just run straight at Nongshim at that exact moment. And, you know, they're doing a lot of zoning at the same time. In goes Rich. He's going to open this up for, you know, Teddy to jump in. But it feels like this is looking good for the side of Nongshim. But it is the Riptail taken by Sponge. Look at the health bars, though. Ondel just going to have to evacuate. And Nongshim saying, you know what? We don't have Fisher. He could TP, but we don't have to. It's so smart. How many times have we seen teams be like, no, we have to TP in, we have to fight this? He's like, no, just going to take the tower down.
I think also shows the confidence that Nongshim have. It's like DRX have scary poke, but like they just really didn't pose that much threat in terms of taking down Nongshim. They got the Herald, they got out. DRX like, okay, successful heist, and Nongshim are like, we're not, okay, whatever, you can have it. You know, we'd have liked it, but we'll just take your bot tower. Fisher gets some free farm. We're okay with that trade-off. And we'll see the replay. You know, the arrow obviously missed. Some Qs from the Hens didn't miss. Didn't hit, sorry. But they dive in on Kingin, and Kingin is just bulky and also mobile. Hard to do much. This 3-man sleep from Gideon is pretty massive. And as soon as that connects, DRX like, okay, we got the hell, just get out. Just get out. And then they're like, wait, they're not TPing Corki. And Nongshim just walk away.
The second that UCal TP's in, you can see the comms are, like, so crisp from Nongshim, they're like, okay, we're not taking this fight.
Yeah, and also like Andal Flash is trying, I think, follow up on Ambessa. Like clearly the call was like, hey, we can kill Ambessa. And like Teddy ulted over, and then Kingin did this thing where, I don't know if you know this about Ambessa, she actually has a lot of dashes in a kit.
Yeah.
And she dashed to the side.
I
and
have
then
heard about that, yeah.
And then the play was over. That was it. Oh, I'm stunned. Oh, I have Mega Treads. I dashed like a meter. Okay,
about 12 to 15 times to the right. And yeah. Not really the target, I think.
Yeah,
you can burst down.
I think the problem is as well is like everyone on Nongshim has a lot of sums. You know, obviously they'd love to get on like Fisher, but Fisher's not there. Q has cleanse. You know, Gideon is scary to engage onto because he's actually quite bulky with the Leandries and the Haunting guys and the ult. So it's just difficult. I think it's difficult for them to find angles.
Looking for one onto Jiwoo. That was a close spear.
Yeah, the walk in a straight line strategy, and it worked.
Yeah. You know, we mentioned earlier there have been some Nidalees that did struggle. That was actually Pioshik in the match. He just had no setup, right? But at least this team comp has some setup for Sponge, and he has looked great on the Nidalee.
He's also been hitting some without setup,
without the CC, which is also important.
Yeah.
But he's got that, at least, so... But again, Ambessa's not the target. I feel like other players, maybe not Lahens, but the other three, perhaps you should be able to burst down if you've got like a clear shot with UCal and Sponge to land some poke. There you go. Just hit the poke. Just don't miss. And you're going to be in a great spot. There's no saving Fisher here. He could try to TP, but then he'd just die instead. He's going to Valkyrie and survive for a little bit longer. And who they give the kill to is really the question, as the crowd goes wild because nothing misses.
They could just go for Atakan, though. Like, normally I'm quite praiseful of Lahens doing this thing where he defends his lane with it. There's nothing to be done for Fisher there. And it's on the side of the map with Atakan. You see the TP coming in from Kingin.
They're playing for it.
Sponge is low on mana, but, you know, as he's a jungler, he will regen it quick.
Well, now DRX have pulled off the objective, but they want to take the fight. They want to get in onto Nongshim. And the backline here, they're not successfully able to do so. Nice solar flare, but again, the follow-up is not there. They're not able to take down Jiwoo. And
the sleep.
The sleep! The lineup! It's perfect as the Brawl Bolt's over the top as well. Do they have the damage though in the 4v5 is the question. Yes, they absolutely do, as Gideon just prances around, immediately dies, but it doesn't matter. Kingen is unkillable, and Jiwoo is as well for some reason. Nobody could take him down, and Fisher, he's like, hey, remember me?
He gets this.
This is revenge!
Getting
Takes him down.
Sponge is so big here. It's a Nidalee. She can sustain herself up. She would still have the smite. You wouldn't be able to do Atakan if Nidalee was still alive. Fisher makes the commit. He flashes to secure it. And here, you know, once again, Lehens is trying to help out his solo laner. But he's just so funny. He's like, you know what, buddy? You're on your own. I am leaving. I've got some presents to deliver. Yeah, just goodbye, Fisher. You're on your own, Chief. But here, they're trying to make the engage happen, but the slow from Jiwoo comes in, the counter-strike doesn't do anything. Lehens on Braum is obviously very hard to punish.
Yeah.
The ult gets 2, but the sleep comes out and gets 3 in this lineup. The Braum ult and the Ambessa ult. Immediate double flash coming out. And then Jiwoo is just free-hitting this whole time.
Yeah.
He's just constantly auto-attacking, applying those slows. Yukal does get that big shutdown onto the Lilia, but yeah, and then I honestly think this final play from Fisher is massive. He knows if Sponge is dead, Atakan is free. If Sponge is alive, we can't do it without a jungler. So he commits the flash, they get the kill, they now have Atakan buff across the board. And something else to mention, you know, Infernal Mountain First 2 Dragons, Hextech Soul. So ideally, if Nongshim, they won't have the Atakan buff for when the dragon spawns, but if they can get an even bigger advantage than they already have, you know, take down mid tower, get some extra gold lead, set themselves up for that 3rd dragon in a fantastic spot. TV Flank is coming in from Rich.
Remember, there's a minute and a half on Atakan buff. They're really trying to punish this. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, really. They might get Jiwoo here, but he does cleanse and flash over the wall. That will be 1 withdrawal. And Fisher kind of going 1v3, not the best situation for him. He will go down as well. And they should be able to get Lehens unless he can hop over to Jiwoo here. No, just going to walk on a straight line. That's actually a better strat. What was I thinking? Meanwhile, okay, he's instead going to go in and die, as will Jiwoo. Just a bunch of withdrawals with the Atakan buff. And Kingen's just bot, pushing the tower.
This is just a massive punish, though, from DRX. You know, they get about 800 gold from the kills, which is still pretty significant. But the big thing is they also got like Jiwoo summoners, they got Gideon Flash as well. They stopped the play that Nongshim was setting up for, and I was talking, okay, you've got Atakan, let's see what you can get with it. Let's see you really push that lead. And now they, oh no.
Yeah, Fisher, he stopped the back. That wasn't happening.
Yeah.
And, okay, he baited the engage. There you go.
From there to defend, so still okay. But yeah, I think DRX did a fantastic job of punishing, but still behind, still struggling. Rich is looking for an angle, though. They need to get the tower and get out. Oh, the engage!
The angle is the way of Kingen, but yeah, he's just trying to use the end of the Atakan buff. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to give 200 gold over.
That was a choice.
You could have just ran away with your team. Team comp is amazing at kiting with Ashe, Braum, and Lilia, but
he's sending a message. He's like, look, I can always hit, right?
I mean, that was pretty, it looked very cool.
Yeah.
We'll give him that.
Not the best play, I would say. But this from DRX was really good. You know, I think the big thing is that Ambessa, who's been that clutch factor in all these fights, isn't here, doesn't have TP. Jiwoo very out of position with where his jungle support are. Does be in the cleanse flash, which helps him survive for a long time, but doesn't change the state of things at all. They're still able to chase him down over the longer fight. And this Jace is actually Yukal. You know, he's been kind of quiet in this series, just not able to have the impact. He is starting to do some damage.
Why are they jumping back in there? Like, they could have just ran back to the turret. They really wanted that kill on the Sponge.
Yeah.
With the Atakan buff. I mean,
always think we can turn it. We can turn it. Perhaps not.
It's just... They desperately wanted it, and they did not get it. Fight over the Scuttle Crab. Nice burst from Sponge, who is not nearly as far behind as he was in Game 1. Still down a level.
Yep.
And down farm. It's Gideon 4-1-7 in this game. Spears and Poke should go the way of DRX as the Hextech Dragon is being burst down. The flash on in. They are going to catch Ziu. He doesn't have the sums. And they try to take him down, but it takes them so long. They do take the ass out of the fight, though. Gideon, desperate for something, goes into the Zanyas. And he's got the Ambessa with him. Meanwhile, Rich in the backline, though, is going to survive forever. Finally gets smoked down by Gideon. But DRX have already won the fight, and they want a bit more. They're going to take down the Hands and the Hextech Dragon for their troubles.
That's the cost. Jiwoo burning both his summoners. You know, the death alone, I don't think it was that big of a deal when he died with the Arakan buff, but losing those sums made him a vulnerable target. Andal finds a beautiful ult, and the team are there to clean up. You know, Nongshim, they're on the objective. They're getting poked down. It ends up backfiring. Aren't able to secure that soul point, and now we'll lose Baron to DRX, who with this will take the gold lead. Actually, I say that. Gideon is approaching, but has no way to get into the pit, and Andal is there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Just gonna see it happen.
DRX will pull into a slight gold lead off the back of this. Yeah, replay of this fight. So, Rich actually gets so much value here. The ult on a Jiwoo is huge. He does last a long while, but eventually does go down. But the thing is, Gideon is like trying to set up the sleep over here, and King is like, okay, I'll follow up, I'll help you. But Rich is still alive. You know, they forget about him.
It's just following up. Great counter-strike.
I think he was like, okay, I'm going down, let's see what I can do. And then Ambessa's like, goodbye. Yeah. Hard to tell. Hard to tell if Kingen was aiming for the short range ult on Rich, or he was trying to follow up on the Kai'Sa. I think he was trying to follow up on the Kai'Sa. Could have also just been a miss that ended up backfiring. You know, like when you Leona E on the wrong person.
Yeah.
I can't say, you know, we didn't see his point of view, but ultimately was the wrong decision or the wrong place to end up with that ultimate. And I think you saw there when the fight gets a bit split. I mean, obviously when Jiwoo dies, the fights have been successful and he's been kind of untouched. That's a big thing. His summoners are coming back up now. But also, when you have this composition with the Braum, you're so good at like clumping together and picking a target, killing a target, picking a target, killing a target. They were very split there.
Oh, that's going to be a huge one from Teddy. Jiwoo even flashes at the end! And he just gets outplayed by Teddy straight up. They're pushing with the Baron. The projectile hits him, and Jiwoo just does not respect it, not able to get away.
Yeah, Lehen's not there, not in range to help out, and suddenly the game has gone from, you know, a game where DRX...
Okay. Trying to do something here. They did a teensy bit of damage to Andal.
Yeah. Trying to just keep the wave back, but... Oh, Kingen's found Teddy. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, forces the flash too. Teddy in an awkward spot, but look at this. This is even more awkward. Gideon going to be caught out. Teddy's low, but it was a fantastic bait. He gets away. Lehens has the flash. And they still have the Baron.
Yeah.
50 seconds on the Red Bull Baron power play. I mean, they're going to get this inhibitor. I mean, Jiwoo is up, though. Maybe they get a bit scared, but no. The other two members have to back and get some health back. And DRX will just take the inhibitor.
Nongshim trying to make the... Oh, Hex gating in. Lehens really wants a fight.
It is Lehens alone. Nobody has followed him, to probably making the smart call not to follow him. And yeah, just a little bonus Braum kill. Not bad.
Game 1 was all about sacrificing and getting value for it. Game 2 is about sacrificing. Maybe not the second bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lehen's just, he's paying off to this tangent. I guess I just didn't expect you to go to... I mean, Lehen's is such aggressive positioning consistently here. You can tell he's trying to make things happen. I feel like this is one of these situations where Braum, in terms of what the composition wants, is a fine pick. But in terms of what Lehen's wants, it's really not working that well, because he wants to be like, guys, I'm making a play. Come with me, come, go, 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 go. But he's just kind of walking at them with his shield up.
And then his backline dies at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think especially, you know, we know Lehens is very vocal, we know he's a big shot caller. It's very, even though Braum, it feels like, you know, Braum, Leona, they're both tanky, they're both melee. You're not doing the same things in a fight, and I think he's he's wanting to do what like Leona does, but he's on a champion who's, that's not your function.
Yeah.
He's split from his AD carry, he's trying to step and play aggressive, just gets punished. He's trying to get them interested, but you're not a Leona who's super tanky and can lock them down. I think he's struggling now that they've lost control of this game. And they're even in kills, but it's now a 5,000 goal lead for DRX. Nice dodge. Less nice dodge. Considering how the game started, with a lot of plays that could have gone DRX favored, not. They really managed to come back in this one.
Yeah.
And this comp, you can see how, like, you know, Teddy on the Kai'Sa, Sponge on the Nidalee.
All right.
Feeling a lot more alive.
We're going to do Hextech Dragon Fight 2, Electric Boogaloo, as Sponge taking a ton of damage, actually. He has to flash away. In goes Rich. It's very disjointed from DRX. Sponge is out of the fight. He is healing, though, but I think it's a little bit too little too late to actually contest this one. In goes Gideon, looking for something. Doesn't want to sleep, only Ondil, but it's just DRX. They've got their hands up in the air, and they're like, please don't come at us. We don't want to fight. We'll even give you Ondil for free. And that they do, so Nongshim somehow steal away a Hextech Drake.
I think a big difference is if the arrow connects, you know, they're the ones initiating. Even though they don't kill Sponge, they force him low. Sponge has to play defensive. He can't threaten a smite. Really changes the dynamic. And also the poke just wasn't really connecting that effectively onto Nongshim. They've been decisive, and also if you look at the items coming through, something to be said for the fact that Jiwoo and Fisher both have Bloodthirsters. Jiwoo did cleanse against that Leona ult. Fisher dashed away from Rich. The engage doesn't come through. They're on the objective. You can see Fisher and Jiwoo healing up. But then Gideon also, you know, there's a lot of sustain from Nongshim you're starting to see come through. If the poke doesn't land, they'll be healthy. And they just chase down Andal. Yeah, I think Nongshim doing a good job of sticking as a unit together in that one. And also just chunking out Sponge. Both of those had a lot of value there.
I mean, when we continue on in this game, we're already 32 minutes in. It's actually a pretty close game. Like, DRX are in the lead, for sure. They have first check on this Baron, which they're probably going to look to start up, or at least bait for. And if they can get the engages started on their terms with Ondil's fantastic Leona plays so far, then certainly, you know, DRX might just run away from this one, but run away with this one, maybe not from this one. But we saw even yesterday against Hama Life, you know, some rough spots where it felt like DRX probably should be having angles, should be winning games, and weren't quite able to. So I wonder where their confidence level is at right now here in Game 2.
That's the thing to say for the game being in this position. DRX should win this game. You know, there's outs for Nongshim. I'm not saying like they absolutely 100% should win it, but they are favored quite heavily. It's easy to say with a 5k gold lead, but there were situations like that against Honor Life Esports, and I'm hoping they've learned from that. Not to make any crazy plays, not to overforce. Connect the poke. You know, you have so much strength there. You also have the Serpent's Fang from Yukal, so when the poke hits, oh, look for the hand.
Yeah, Ondil just going to go in by himself. The Solar Flare is decent, but there's zero follow-up. DRX were like, what was that? We're not going in on that.
Yeah, I think maybe because Rich was on the flank, they were looking for something, but like the poke was landing, it was good poke.
Yeah.
They didn't need to engage there. I was going to say, even Yukal has the Serpent's Fang, so when he hits the Bloodthirster shield, it gets reduced on top of the fact that you're doing the poke. It's a lot of value.
Yeah.
Didn't hit there, unfortunately. You can see the Hens wants to recall, but he's kind of hesitant about it. Got no wards in pocket other than the control ward. So he's trying to find some way to get back. Kai'Sa very annoying at stopping recalls.
But it's just another fight where like Ondil just dies and nothing happens. This time nothing happens. Last time it was the Hextech Drake first, and then he died. So now it's just Nongshim kind of buying time for potentially they look better as a team right now. You know, playing as a 5-man unit. I really worry for DRX in this situation. It's weird to say.
It's so weird because like Nongshim at that dragon fight, they landed the ult on Sponge, got some poke, didn't commit. That's really what DRX should be doing. Getting some poke, you don't need to commit. Oh, Teddy.
Yeah, Sleep comes in. Teddy going in though. Jiwoo in a lot of trouble again. He flashes for nothing. Down will go Lahens. And I was worried for DRX, but they get a couple of kills. Ondil though going to go down. Kingen is a raid boss. And he flashes over the wall, but Rich is able to get the follow here as Gideon desperate to try to peel for him, but now he's put himself in a rough spot. Has to flash away. And DRX come up big in this fight. Should be able to take down the Baron.
Once again, Nongshim get caught sleeping, a little bit split on that one, and DRX have thrived. When Nongshim are split, they're able to punish. Jiwoo falls down again, and the timing of this is perfect, because Dragon was in a minute, and if that Dragon spawned before Baron went down, DRX could be in a really tough position where you're kind of being dragged towards the dragon to deny soul, but you also don't want to give them Baron. It's never a good situation to be in. But here, you know, UCal's mid, and they just kind of have to walk through Teddy, and it just doesn't work. So split right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just felt like Nongshim really took off the ball, and it feels like DRX have been looking for these angles, you know, hasn't always worked, but this one paid off massively.
Yeah, and I can understand why they were desperately trying to join up because Gideon...
Oh, not again, not again!
Yeah, too. I think he's just dead. I mean, how can you save him? He's got nothing. They just flash over the Braum. The Braum doesn't even exist. They don't even look at him. Well, they'll take him down as an afterthought. Nongshim, one by one. The dominoes fall, and DRX say, well, do we even need the dragon? Maybe we can just end the game.
Jiwoo has just not looked good this game at all. You can obviously put some criticism towards Lehens for not being with him, but you know, the Hexgate start channeling, and he was kind of like, where do I go? Where do I go? Away! Run away!
The other direction! There is only one direction to go away from this one.
Yeah, very indecisive. DRX managing to close this one out.
Yeah, they should be able to, especially with the Baron. Nice flash as Rich does get a little bit low, but it just doesn't matter at this point. The wallet are heavy enough. And Fisher just gives a little thumbs up and says, good job, guys. DRX, you figured it out. You won a game from ahead, and you were able to close one out here. So that's going to be a nice confidence booster for them as they take down Nongshim in Game 2 and give us an interesting series.
I'm really glad they closed this game out. You know, I think a couple of plays were really close to going in their favor early on, which put the game in Nongshim's favor overall. But I think we saw DRX play a better game. They were comfortable in their picks. They managed to punish Jiwoo massively. Jiwoo looked really out of sorts. And I think two things that have come from this. Firstly, Jiwoo needs to step up his game, but also Lehens put him on an engaged champion. Okay, the Braum, I mean, obviously it's Fearless, he's not going to see it again, but he needs to be on something where he's making the plays happen because you can see he wanted to, but didn't have the tools. But yeah, it's a good bounce back on this one. And I think DRX definitely, when things got messy, and this game was definitely a messier one than Game 1, managed to hold strong to close out, which is something they couldn't do against HLE.
Yeah.
That being said, Nidalee and Kai'Sa were huge picks for the side of DRX. They're gone now.
Yeah.
I'm going to see how that changes the dynamic of the series. Chance we go the distance, you know, if games keep being traded back and forth like this, and that's really going to test some champion pools.
Yeah, I was worried after Game 1 where Nongshim just absolutely crushed them, 20,000 gold lead. I was like, oh, quick 3-0, I guess. That is not the case. DRX have figured it out. They win a game with some strong picks on their side, and they're able to close it out. It is now 1-1 in the series, and we'll be back after the break.
아 플래시 모르겠네. 발길 없는데? 나킬 3초. 딜라인 도와. 내가 그렇게 밀어내볼게. 그렇게 한 배. 끝내자 끝내자. 끝내. 나이스 잘했다. 와 근데 진짜 힘들었다.
자 1대1입니다. 이 두 팀이 만났는데 어떻게 재미가 없겠습니까? 이거 뭐 만날 때마다 의미없습니다. 티원과 젠지의 경기 세 번째 세트 시작합니다.
저 깔고 시작을 해야 되긴 하겠다 이거.
먹겠어 대박.
내가 먹어도 되고?
나이스. 이거 좋았다.
개이득이 되고?
나이스.
망했는데.
까비. 리신 여기 있어. 나 이거 자꾸 개뺄게.
잠깐.
리신 이팀 망하긴 하거든.
얘 망해. 얘 컴퓨터 있긴 해. 나 이거 좀
나 붙어줄까 오빠?
빨리만 더 할 것 같다.
야 붙어줄게. 야 먹을래 이거?
나도 갈게 이거.
우리 리신 보여줘.
나병 넘어갈 수 있고 이거.
하면 되나?
야 맞아.
일단 고개할게. 그러면 잘 가네. 2, 3초.
나이스.
오케이. 뭐 괜찮아. 너 어차피 망한 대신이야.
6 한참 남았지.
나 반.
오케이.
다음 웨이브 근접에 6. 볼래.
나 괜찮아.
가게.
끝까지 갈게. 나 Q 3초.
빼면서 봐야 된다.
한번 그냥 펼칠게요.
바텀 싸우는 중. 나 이 중에 줘. 프리 막게. 고고.
까비.
이게 6렙이 되네.
와 6렙 딱 되네.
나이스. 이거 크다. 성장이 잘 됐다 대리.
바텀 끝났다 이거.
밀게는 봐주면 좋긴 한데.
날짜 나온다.
싸움 볼것 같아.
할 수 있어.
위에 있다.
살짝 걸렸어 일단.
리신 어디 가네. 천천히 가.
나 좀 위험하다.
세면 샀어.
나 좀 불안하다.
야 룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰룰
럼블.
이거 파이팅.
잘 끄네. 나 좋았다.
맞다 잘 끄네.
약간 다각으로 싸우면 좋을 것 같긴 하다. 내가 디프 잡거나 해볼게. 강가에서 싸움 보고 싶긴 하고. 야 강가 와볼래 지금?
야 나오면서 피가 있는 걸 싸우면 될지 그냥.
당해. 바이게 나왔다.
바이게 나왔고.
나 미드 올릴게 이거.
바이게 좀 중요해 보이긴 한데. 야 바이게.
근데 바이게 가자.
살짝 볼 생각도 할게.
강 나온다.
지금 볼게.
잡았어. 지금 잡아. 딜레.
좋아.
지금 잡았어.
프리즈 맞아.
여기 맞아. 여기 나와주면 좋고.
좋아. 얘네밖에 없어.
리신 잡았어.
그냥 쟤네가 치도록 유도하는 게
우리
좋을 것
그냥-
같긴 해요 저희.
우리 선수가 잘못했어. 그냥 여기 시야하고 바위게 먹은 다음에 쳤어야 돼.
근데 아직 뭐 불리할 거 없긴 해.
이거 바로 다이브 하자 이거.
징크스 노플이라 그냥 물면
나
될
슈에도
수
나왔어.
쟤는 계속 다이브 할것 같아. 미드 1차 먹으려 할 때.
맞다.
살짝 끌어볼게. 원숭이 W 썼고요.
빼면서 봐야 된다.
제리 끌게. 제리.
제리.
오케이.
나 끝이고. 야 빼는 척하고 다시 봐도 돼. 나플 있다. 야 봐줘.
확인.
여기. 이거 딜 봐주긴 해야 돼 근데.
나 군대.
됐다. 좋아.
리신 노플.
군대. 가자.
리신 노플.
김호띠. 괜찮아. 이거
우리 막았다.
지금 노플. 좋은데.
자,
대나.
다 죽으면 안 된다. 다 죽으면 안 된다.
괜찮아.
잘 뺐다.
게이득이긴 하다 이거.
이번 라인 미드 한번 더 때려 가보자 이번엔.
미드로 나가는 게 나을 것 같아.
미드로 넓게 나가는 게 나을 것
넓은 데로 가야 돼. 넓은 데로.
근데 싸움 우리 안 달릴 것 같긴 해. 내 생각에는.
미드로 나가네.
얘네 플래시 다 있어요.
어머 좋은 거 체크.
야 이거 살짝 나 물렸어. 크이 좀 다시 걸렸어. 회의 걸렸다.
오케이 뒤만.
야 오케이.
회의 잡았어.
야, 여기.
징크스 노플.
지금 노플.
아무래.
오케이,
징크스 필이야. 괜찮아.
앞으로 가도 돼. 뺏은 거 같은데 오늘 빨리면 안 돼?
몰래 가봐. 어디든 몰래 가봐.
야, 얘 와볼래? 얘 와봐.
나 뒤돈다. 징크스. 야 거의 잡았거든. 징크스 봐줘. 징크스. 거의 잡았어.
야, 근데.
야 미드. 편히 갈게. 야 후에 풀 썼냐?
노플. 회의 노플.
오케이.
노플 회의.
좋아.
알았어.
후반 가니까 근데
쟤를
쌈가기
이렇게
아깝다.
쉽지 않아.
나이스.
왜 이렇게 좋아해?
나이스.
이겼다.
잘했어. 나이스.
A bloodbath battle here. Lots of kills. DRX end up battling back from being behind, and they tie it up 1-1 in our first best of 5 here at the LCK Cup for the last spot in the playoffs. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. That one was, it took a little while to get online. It looked scary for DRX and DRX fans in the first 15 minutes, but they find a way to get it done.
It's DRX's identity, I feel like, at this point, that they're just able to clutch out these scrappy games. And sometimes they walk away with a W that in 12, 14 minutes into the game, you're like 100% this is unwinnable. And they make it work somehow. The enemy team, they trick them to making some mistakes. They kind of clutch out a few team fights. Even back in 2022 when they won the World Championship, it was kind of this style of team for a lot of the year. And once again, they pull a miracle out of a hat, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, if they have value picks on mid and AD, like just randomly, Teddy's gonna get fed at some point, and they're gonna get win. I think that's the game plan for them. Truly, it's not. But anyways, I think the focus that they had was pretty clean. That they have the value pick, so I think at least this time around they didn't give up, right? So they had the chance and they got the point.
All right, lots of highlights to get to because this was a long game in this series. Let's take a look at the first one here. This is where DX start to fall behind. They try to take a fight they don't belong in, and they get punished.
It's a bit of a messy one here. DRX committed to a lot of fights in the early game where they had some edges, right? And this one they're trying to pinch here on the right side of the fight, but then they actually split, and this is where things get a little bit messy after killing Jiwoo.
Yeah, and also Yukal not TPing for this long fight was not feeling great, and also his TP position was not really on point as well. He was really not in the fight, and also
Shock Blast
after he TPs in.
Watch it. Oh no.
What a disappointing moment, but after that, I think they were still okay. Even if Neely and Kaisa didn't die, but they got cleaned out.
Yeah, Teddy really wants to make something happen here, and unfortunately ends up getting punished for it.
I thought he's alive here. He could just run back.
He could have left, but there's one lone rose he's a little interested in.
Oh, Theodore.
Oh, wow.
It is almost Valentine's Day. You come back for me? You'll die for me? Oh, wow.
What is this, Eddie?
How romantic of you, Theodore.
I didn't know he was a blood rose enjoyer. I thought he was a white rose kind of guy. Early for Valentine's Day, but it was
setting the
quite
mood.
charming.
Or romantic. If you are really deep into the love, sometimes you forget something. I know what happens, so.
And so at that point, we're thinking, okay, DRX, but maybe the mind's on Valentine's Day, but that's not how the rest of the story goes. Highlight number 2, we're thinking, okay, this is going to be Soul Point. Drake is going to come on up for Nongshim, but not so fast.
This is one of the better engaged plays that Andil had this game, because a lot of the time he was going in by himself, but this time he and Rich were able to really do the heavy lifting in this fight, while also Gideon gets isolated on the other side. Of all of the team fights I feel like we watched in these first 2 games so far, DRX looked like they're on the same page the most in this one. This was actually a good and clean isolation, good engage, a nice cleanup, blocking off the Lilia.
And also you mentioned that Andil's engage were not that clean enough, but they had the burst damage. They had the Kaisa, they had Jace to burn out their phone lanes. So I think it was a pretty clean team fight by them. And also after that Rose, you can actually get outscale. Like you can get the outscale value with the Rose stacks. So I think that does make sense.
Adaptive damage.
Yeah, well,
tons of damage.
Let's not forget though, Nongshim was the one that got Otacon in the fight before Jiwoo lost all of his summoners. Here, Teddy showing how those summoners work, goes in 1v2, gets the kill, and the cleanup for DRX is great. They get tempo, they get Baron, it's over after this.
They're just showing a lot of confidence in this moment. Obviously, Nongshim were kind of in a desperate situation. Thought they could push through the Kaisa because it's Kaisa, right? It's the AD carry, but at this point, as you mentioned, having Sums and the group up was better for DRX, and for once, Nongshim were actually the ones looking a little bit more fragmented in this fight. They end up getting punished, and that's basically the end of the game.
Yeah, and also, after game 2, there's a lot of champions are out, and I'm wondering how DRX is gonna approach for the next game as well, because it seems like if they have value pick, they still have a chance, but they cannot pick Jace and Kaisa anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, there were so many comfort picks for them in this one, including the Leona, I feel like, for Andil, where he's really leaned on this pick a lot. The Jace is one of those picks I was hoping for, though. Self-sufficient pick for Yukal, where you can get a lot done in the lane. He's going to have a lot of agency later on. But as the draft evolves and some of those picks disappear, DRX are going to have to be really careful because we're now going to 4 games at least.
Yeah, it's not end of the game, right? It's just game 3, so it has to be really focused on draft as well.
In your opinion, Wadid, based on what champions have already been played, what role do you think is going to be pinched the most as we now will go to at least 4, the furthest we've gone in the LCK Cup?
I mean, I think you really need to be creative on support picks. For example, like I'm mentioning a lot of Galio supports. Like you can actually pick Galio to pick away from enemy team's mid laner. So I think it can be support that can make the difference on those series.
All right, going to be a lot of fun as 4 guaranteed now. And, you know, we had the little Valentine's Day, a little bit of that look to the future there. I was wondering if Valdez and Ox got something planned for Valentine's Day. What is your best Valentine's Day idea that both of you have had as we move to Game 3?
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Valentine's Day actually this year falling on Friday, which is actually an off day for all of us. So
So we can play video games together?
I was looking, I'm like, I hope it's on a day I work so that I can say, oh, I'm just going to work, you know, and I don't have to come up with an interesting idea. Do you have any interesting ideas for this Valentine's Day?
I mean, you can play video games. That'll be a cute date.
That sounds amazing.
No,
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I think my partner will kill me because she already says that you're my second wife because we play video games together all the time.
She's not the first one to say that either. Just ask Achilles.
Yeah, if it happens on Valentine's Day, I might not be returning. Yeah, so anyway, moving on into the draft. As the desk was saying, as the space was saying, a lot of things taken away. And if you're wondering, this is probably the surprise of no one, in terms of diversity of picks, there's been a lot of diversity in the support lane, but I kind of get Wadid's point in like the picks that they really want to lean on. You know, the engage picks start to get thinned out quite quickly. But the pools that have kind of been smaller so far and like more condensed at the top have kind of been like jungle and AD carry, really. And to an extent top lane, but like mid lane there are so many picks that have been played. I think you're never going to struggle for picks in mid. Maybe not the pick you necessarily want, but AD carry and jungle big roles. And already we're seeing in these bans, Xayah banned out, really trying to hamstring already some of those pools. And the question is like, at this point, you know, AD carry is such a small pool already.
Yeah.
It's really a struggle to see what will be taken. I've just noticed Shen has now gotten through. Rumble also gotten through. First pick Rumble from Nongshim, they're more than happy with that.
Yeah.
And they have the Shen as like a wild card later on.
Yeah, I don't think they're feeling any danger of Hondo picking up the Shen. You know, the Elise was one thing. There's the Galio. The flexibility of it was something that Wadid was talking about, and I think that for sure. You can pick it early, and you can say, well, probably going to UCal, but you never know. Could go into the bottom lane.
Oh man, you could make such a, like, if I think of some of the strongest picks left open, Galio, Wukong are up there. You could combo that with something like Rakan's still available. That is nasty level of engage. And Xayah's gone, right? Ezreal's gone. What is Jiwoo going to play that's going to be able to survive against Wukong, Galio, Rakan? I think it would die. I think it would definitely die. You know, in theory, could work. Toying with the idea of the Maokai here, something that we have seen played in both support and jungle, a little bit more jungle, but does have that flexibility and has that setup for the Rumble.
They didn't leave Callisto. You don't have to like randomly blind pick Draven ahead of a Callisto.
The fact we're seeing an Aphelios hover says a lot about toying with the ideas. I think in terms of how the composition wants to function, I think MF would have worked, but in terms of actually being able to press R, not a chance. They end up going for the Jinx. My question is, what are you going to pair with that to make sure Jinx survives? Because it's going to get target banned in the next stage.
Yeah.
And also, how much does DRX really want to up the ante in terms of we're killing that Jinx? Because they've already got the Wukong Galio, strong composition. You want to support to pair with that. You could pick it now. Rakan starts to feel a bit bad when you're into the Maokai, but Silas, he's another dive pick. You can steal away the Maokai ult.
Yeah.
That's tremendous value. You know, we've got into 2 games. I felt like Nongshim had the draft edge. The first game quite largely, the second game not as large, but still I felt like they had the edge. But here, I think DRX are really happy with their picks. The one caveat is, what is Teddy going to play in this situation? But the other caveat is, does it matter?
Yeah. I mean, we saw that the Ashe came out against a comp that theoretically didn't have as much dive as Game 1 comp, right? So you were like, oh, this seems like a decent spot for an Ashe. But this is not one of those, you know, situations for the Jinx, right? She's going to be under a lot of pressure. Except for Teddy, you know, there is actually a decent amount of room. And they're going to take away the MF here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Lee Sin ban. I know they want to obviously limit Gideon's power, but there's still a chance for the Maokai to be flexed. They're clearly thinking there's a good chance to go support. But really, I'm thinking of picks like Lulu, Thresh, even the Tahm Kench. I'm thinking like, how can we save this Jinx? And they're like, how can we stop Gideon from taking over the game?
Different perspectives.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly think this is very much a Maokai support. It has, again, it's only been played once in support role, 6 times in the jungle role so far. But we'll see. Definitely with those bans, makes it more likely to be a jungle Maokai. So maybe that's the plan. Hey, let's force him to take it there. Lucian ban coming through. Definitely stretching now in terms of what's being played.
Oh,
they deny the Lulu. And honestly, when everyone's diving in, if you Lulu ult them while they're on top of Jinx, it's not going to be fun.
And this opens up some very interesting thoughts here for Teddy. We could see something like a Kog'Maw, a Twitch, right? Like other hyper carries that could potentially match the Jinx in a late game scenario. You have the Lulu now. You have that power of that very strong Enchanter support.
Yeah, they're looking at picking up a second AD carry. I think it makes sense. Your first one dies, you have a backup. Also good lane into Sylas. Here, it's difficult for Lehens. I think you need a defensive pick. I feel like even like a Janna would go very hard here. You know the matchups in the Lulu. I think if you just pick something generic like a Rel, you're gonna have a bad time. But it's what Lehens wants to play. Like you definitely see him wanting to leave the charge with an engage pick.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's gonna. You need to save Jiwoo. That is not gonna save Jiwoo. That is not that.
He's gonna hook the Galio into the team. Like, Jerry was available. That makes more sense.
Lehens is a phenomenal Blitzcrank. He is really good at that champion, but he has this tendency to pick it when he's just vibing. And I think this is possibly one of the worst Blitzcrank spots I can imagine. And if you don't win it, the thing is as well, it's Blitzcrank with Jinx Maokai. That doesn't sound very scary.
No.
Okay, it doesn't sound intimidating. Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna hook, I don't know, anyone. Maybe you grab a Wukong clone, maybe you grab the real Wukong, and he's gonna dash to your AD carry and they're gonna kill them.
What about like best case scenario?
Best case scenario,
you
the
hit
fight
the Lulu.
never happens, you gotta pick before the fight starts.
Yeah.
Like if Nongshim don't get a lead early.
But that's just like Blitzcrank always, right? That's not even like Blitzcrank specifically here.
But the problem is, if you're setting up for a fight, normally Blitzcrank, you can like grab a target and the fight's favorable for you. But unless Zeri somehow dashes forwards and you grab here, and even then, there's still a chance it goes badly because Galio ults and Lulu ults. Like, if you're set up for an objective and you grab someone, there's a good chance you lose the fight. You know, that's how bad this Blitzcrank pick feels. And we've talked a lot about how we're going to get deeper into Fearless. It's going to be harder and harder. I think Nongshim have made a big fumble here.
Yeah.
I love the composition from the side of DRX. And this has been a hectic game. This is a comp that suits hectic games, hectic series, sorry.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're ready for game number 3 right now.
You know, something I will mention is you did see this Maokai Blitzcrank combo from Gen G when it was Lehens Canyon.
Yes.
That is the win con.
If you're ahead, sure. Playing a level 1 into Blitzcrank, questionable, but you know, they had the Sylas. They thought maybe, okay, we can hop over, catch Gideon, but the chains miss.
It's also cool that we're seeing Rich go the Galio top lane. We've seen a lot more of the Galio mid, but when we first saw Galio come back, it was played top lane as a Rumble counter. And you're playing Galio into Rumble Maokai. You're immortal. If it's like, how a Rumble Maokai ever going to kill a Galio once he gets a bit of magic resist?
Well, they might not be looking for dives, let's just say that. But later on, at least you've got a couple of AD carries to chew through. the Galio. But the thing is that later on you've got so many dive champions, and then you have to deal with the Zeri in your face as well. I think it can look very different, the mid to late game, depending on who's ahead, you know? Like if Nongshim are ahead, you think about, okay, you've got double 80 carry, you've got Maokai ult, which is going to set up everything, right? It creates space for your 280 carries. It sets up your Blitzcrank. It sets up your Equalizer from your Rumble, right? So it sets up your entire comp. If you're ahead, you throw that in, and you get a lot of damage down. You get poke, you get pick, etc. DRX, on the other hand, you know, you get ahead. You can press any button you want. As long as you're all pressing it at the same time in the direction of Nongshim, and you avoid the Maokai, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, one thing I will say is this game is probably going to feel pretty feast or famine because we've seen before where it's mostly, I mean, UCal can as well. He has some good options to steal, but Galio kind of in a lot of situations is following up on engage. They don't have like that typical engage support like a Rel who's really good at leading the charge. So Sponge and UCal fall behind. Might be hard to get onto the enemy backline later, but Hens is posturing aggressively. I think Teddy and Andal will be just fine.
Yeah, thinking about it. Here comes Gideon, level 3. This will be spotted, and with the prio from bot, Sponge as Wukong might just have to give it up, but he is posturing here for potentially going for the Blast Cone. They see him. That's the clone. And a nice try from Lens, as over the wall he does go. But Gideon did get the blue, so at the end of the day, Nongshim will feel happy about their play.
Yeah, slight advantage gained. But yeah, using the prio they have in mid and bot to ensure they can make that happen. I also want to talk about another thing, because obviously the big ult in this game just steals the Maokai ult. Goes without saying, really strong. But also Blitzcrank ult is so good.
AKA the bomb.
Yeah, but it's not just that, but it's also the fact that like when you have it stolen, you can get the extra, the auto damage.
Yeah.
And Silas autos, like that's not that big of a thing for Blitzcrank unless you go on like on-hit if Blitzcrank. But for Silas, you know, Fisher definitely knows he is confident in this matchup. But yeah, I mean, if UCal steals the Blitzcrank ult, he'll just be a monster to deal with, so good options. I think normally we say Silas is fine if you have one good option. I think you have two good options, two okay options. Equalizer's okay. I think a lot of the time Equalizer does less damage than you think. It's like Karthus ult, you kind of need the right items and runes and stuff to make it have the value, but it's still fine. And the Tristana ult, I think is actually kind of, it's deceptively strong as well. Just on the fact that
just going in.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage to him. Yeah, the Tristana, it's like deceptive because you have the AP ratio on it, and you have, it's like an extra bit of burst in the combo. So it can be pretty useful.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he's probably just going to be stealing, you know, 2 ults, maybe 3, depending on who he's giving access to. So probably not going to see many. He's going to get the cannon, nice. Many Tristana ults, but maybe from time to time.
Maybe in the 1v1, you know?
Yeah.
You just grab it, you just pop it for that extra burst. 100% AP ratio. Not really a big thing early, but will at some point probably be a bigger thing. The Dream scenario, I mean, remember, they've definitely changed the cooldowns. Remember when Silas could see like multiple ults in a fight because the cooldown got so low late game? That was just...
That was fun, yeah.
I mean, it can still happen here. It just kind of takes a long fight, and I don't think there will be long fights in this game.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It'll most likely be decided very quickly. Unless, like, DRX go in and they can't really kill anyone, and there's, like, a lot of low health bars, and you've got, like, Zeri and Silas zooming all over the place. As, speaking of which, Sponge is probably just dead here. He is going to go into his clone, and they're trying to give the kill over to Fisher, which they will do very successfully. Sponge has gotten himself into about 8 different bad situations so far, struggling to get away from Nongshim.
Yep, good flash, good W from Gideon to make sure they get the kill. Doesn't give a chance for Sponge to clone. I mean, there is a slight chance, but wasn't able to react in time to get away from that one.
He just always seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I think obviously you're waiting for the Blitzcrank hook to press W, but you kind of, as soon as you see the Maokai like flash, it's hard to respond in time, I'm going to be honest. If Maokai is playing properly, you're not really going to get an opportunity. So it's good play from Nongshim. But yeah, caught out again. Gideon building up a little bit of a lead. We do see Fisher with a solid lead mid lane and got that kill. V-Lane's kind of just ahead for Nongshim right now, and they're going to get these 3 grubs. This is what they need, you know. We talked a little bit about their team fighting, how I really like DRX's team fight potential, but Nongshim are getting what they want so far.
Yeah, and again, if Nongshim get far ahead enough, and you've got Pit 80 carries, and you've got set up for Blitzcrank and Rumble, you're not feeling half bad. You're creating a lot of space. There are certainly angles for Nongshim if they can get ahead. As Gideon, he is going to try to steal away the red buff, while Sponge was kind of hanging around the dragon, taking the Scuttle Crab down. Rich's job here is just to not die, build tank, and catch waves. That's exactly what he's doing. The top lane, funnily enough, not going to be all too interesting this time around, as Gideon just laughs at Sponge.
Yep, slowly building up a lead. And it's one of those things, again, we've seen from Gideon where he will build up those leads when given the chance to. And you don't think of Maokai as a champion where you're like, oh, Fed Maokai, but playing against Fed Maokai is not fun.
No.
When he just doesn't die and spams W.
It's like Fed Sejuani that we saw.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, well, he's literally unkillable.
Yep.
And he just dives turrets and sets up plays, and you don't have any recourse. Everybody's down levels. He has more items than your mid laner. It's like, okay.
Yeah, you know, there is definitely champions who do better with gold than others, but gold is pretty good on every champion.
It's weird how that works.
Yeah,
in this
crazy.
game, League of Legends, yeah.
We're learning things today.
Yeah. This bottom lane looks like Teddy has been keeping up very nicely.
Yeah, it actually gets
for him.
Really scary when Teddy hits level 6 because the all-in pressure is huge, and Lehens, you know, we highlighted that in some scenarios, Lehens is just a gap closer for DRX. So if Jiwoo oversteps and then Teddy, you know, dashes forward and ults, what is Lehens supposed to do other than run forwards and knock up Teddy? That might just lead to him dying. Jiwoo also has his ghost on cooldown. I'm not sure if he ghosted back to lane or something, but yeah, it's potentially vulnerable. If you step up too far and Teddy can just slide over the wall and run you down.
Yeah. For now, it's just a lot of wave clearing and just not really trying to fight each other. Jiwoo does have a level lead, funnily enough. Maybe given a little bit more alone time with the Lulu hanging around a bit.
Uh-oh.
And trying to set up something now. Gideon level 7 has his ult available. Has Sponge going to find him, or was it Gideon that found Sponge? Already a lot of damage done to that Wukong. Here comes Lehens just threatening a hook, and instead he says no.
He's like using the animations of like the, I forgot what they're called, like the taunts and stuff to try and look like he's throwing it, you know? It's like moving his arms, like I'm going, and then just like pulling it off.
Yeah, it's definitely a good technique on Blitzcrank.
The mind games.
Zoning away the enemy bot lane. You don't even have to press any buttons. You just posture.
It's also just, it does one of two things. I don't think DRX are ever going to do this, whether it baits them into flashing.
Free knockup? Bit of damage? Well, that didn't go the way you were thinking it was going to go, Lehens. It has a free kill, and he doesn't even bother flashing. He's like, yep, I messed up.
Look, I don't want to say I told you so.
You literally said it like 15 seconds ago.
I did say it, you know? It's, one of those things. Oh.
Little angle here, no buffer for Fisher. He's going to get away from that. And
that was actually a really nice buffer from Fisher, because I think if he eats the full knockback, Sponge is in range just to immediately ult him. So good from Fisher to get out, but yeah, you know, in a pinch, the Buster Shot does work for some extra damage. But yeah, we were talking about that Zeri level 6, how the Blitzcrank isn't so fantastic at mitigating Zeri from doing Zeri things. And now we have a Zeri with the kill. And a plate or two.
Yeah. It's not a Zeri moment, but it's definitely very scary.
It's
like
very scary.
Zeri. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna use my ult.
The trap slightly missed as well. But like, Zeri ult is just so strong at level, I mean generally, but at level 6, the amount of times I've seen, oh, they're diving.
Yeah, nice equalizer on the wave, at least to try to survive. But they have just so many threats here. And this is what this composition does. They get the flash out of Rich. And the flash out of Sponge as he flashed in for that play.
Oh. They should have seen it mid, so no one should get hit by this.
I don't think it even kills. Oh. Yeah. Might have been able to stop it back or something.
Lance is like, he's in kill range now. It's go time. Yeah, I've seen...
Probably just hit the turret.
You know, we've seen a lot of Zeri Lulu in our time. I've seen so many times where like Zeri is struggling like holding on for dear life in a lane.
Yeah.
Up to level 5, and then level 6 is hit. The enemy laner still is confident because of how lane's been going. Oh, they've been playing so defensive.
Lucian Nami, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and then they just go, oh, we're level 6 now. Dash in, ult, run them down. The all-in is so powerful. And this was a pretty easy dive set. I want to see, was it just Rich who got aggro first? Yeah, so Andal polymorph, but it didn't give aggro because it didn't deal damage. And Rich is just able to grab it very late, so didn't even take many tower hits. Did flash out, would have died, I think, otherwise if Lahen's got his hands on him. But just a good, clean dive. And would you believe, Brendan, another kill for Zeri?
Yeah, I can believe it. And again, not one Zeri moment, but it's, you know, pieces, bits and clues that could lead to us to believe that she is the killer.
Yeah, it's just, oh, I think I have a clue here, hint. That might be a problem. 2 kills and a Zeri.
Yeah.
Something's at foot. They need to get Wolf on the space in like a...
Yeah, we'll need to ask him a little.
An investigator outfit.
Yeah. Can we get some mystery music?
He's like, the signs are all pointing to Zeri.
There he is! Oh.
He's out investigating. He
turned into a pillow!
He's finding the clues,
That's
you know?
right, yeah.
He's
they're not
searching.
very obvious. Like,
yeah, they're very
2-0, you know.
They're very subtle.
Yeah.
We need a keen eye.
No, Keen's not on this team, actually. So, Tenny goes in, presses ult again, but this time you know, he respects it.
Yeah, he did ghost away. Also, fortunately, he didn't have Lahen's there to, like, gap close. I mean, to be fair, Lahen's didn't do that last time, but,
yeah.
You know, a bit of a shorter lane in the mid lane is a big difference maker. Harder to get that same value. Now, looking for Rich in the bot lane. Not an easy dive, but Fish has a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this... Can they do damage to this Galio is really the question at the end of the day. With TP coming in, they're not going to test it too much, although Fisher...
Ow.
Yeah, he wanted to test it.
He's like, how much damage does a tower do right now? This...
All right, they're staring at each other very menacingly as the ult comes in, and Yukal says goodnight.
Wait, they just can't kill him now. He can keep going.
Yeah, they can't kill him, and he has to flash away. Lahen so many times has said, okay, yes, I'm Blitzcrank, you have to respect me, and so many times the enemies have been like, what, who?
You know,
who are you?
I thought he was going to steal the Blitzcrank ult there, but he grabs the Buster Shot and just... Yeah, just...
Bomba?
Yeah, Bomba on Fisher. Uh-oh, Jiwoo.
There's a Wukong, and you don't have Ghost. I don't think it would have helped anyway. Yeah, easy dive, and a nice angle found here by Sponge.
Things are starting to go a little bit rough. Tower taken by DRX, they'll get the feats of strength. I don't think they needed them, but they'll take them. They'll certainly take them.
And it's another clue, Ox.
Yes.
It's a third clue, actually. Generally, you only need 3.
Well,
so
we don't, you know, Wolf is...
If Wolf can't figure this one out, I mean...
He's still looking. He wants, you know, some people are satisfied with this level of evidence. He wants to find a bit more. Yeah, I mean, the Tristana was just so low. And 301 damage from that ult.
Like, we don't get the comms from Nongshim, obviously, but...
There was a clear point where Yukal realized his cooldowns are coming up, and he can just kill both of them.
I just wonder, like, what the call is there. It's like, okay, we can kill him. We have kill pressure. We got him. It's 3v1.
Lahen's just said, watch me hit this hook.
But he didn't even hook. He just, like, ran at him.
That's how you guarantee you hit it. You run up for them and E. And then, no.
Chemtech Soul.
Okay, well, honestly, it's really bad for Nongshim. Really, really bad for Nongshim.
Yeah.
There is like some champions on DRX who get like decent value. Like Lulu gets the healing and shield power. You know, the extra tankiness for like Yukal and Rich when low HP is really nice. By the way, this is before the buff to Chemtech.
Don't do it, you! Don't do it!
Oh, flashed down.
He did it!
They just keep doing that. But yeah, so Chemtech has been buffed on live. This isn't, we're not on live, so it's not the buff Chemtech, which is slightly stronger. But Nongshim, their only saving grace this game, other than the grubs, was the fact that they had 2 dragons. So if they got like a good soul, they could be like, yeah, you know, winnable.
Yeah. You know, like game 2 where they had, you know, a couple of Drakes and they got the Hextech Soul, and even when they fell behind, it was like, oh, it's interesting if they get Hextech Soul, that could be big. And Yukal ulted his own wave, and he's kind of dying now, but the entire team is there And now Kingen sees blood in the water, trades his flash
That
for a
was
dash.
honestly the worst thing I've seen UCal do in the entire LCK Cup. I'm not sure what happened, but he got Kingen's flash.
Okay, well, we got another play in quotation marks here as Sponge is going to go in and he's looking to flash over the wall. And we're just burning flashes like they're pennies that are going out of style. I mean, it's like...
The what?
You know, pennies might be eventually eliminated because they're kind of just a waste. It actually costs more to make a penny than what a penny is worth.
But why are we burning the pennies?
Because it just feels like flashes are so worthless because we're just burning them for free, you know? It just feels like...
I guess...
I don't know, man. It's just you're casting, sometimes things come out of your mouth. You can't explain that.
I'm sorry for holding you accountable to the things you say, Brendan.
No, don't.
I thought it was like...
I would never. I only do that to Chronicler.
I thought this was like, you know, like when Abe Simpson's, like, you know, used to put an onion on your belt and we used to have, like, quarters with bees on them. It was like one of these, now that you're a father, it's one of these old-timey sayings. I just have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Pennies going out of style. That was the fashion. That was the fashion at the time.
Yeah.
Of course.
Pennies, yes. In many different ways. All right, well, UCal's going to TP to the top lane. And then, he's... yeah. Okay, nice hook, actually. Predicting the fake out.
Yeah.
As Andal, he should have just used the walk strategy.
Yeah.
Walk on a straight line.
Good move,
dodge
though.
that hook.
Do that more times, and it'll be looking good. I mean, the game's not, like, completely cooked yet. I know we favor DRX. Oh, no, it's not cooked completely yet, as I was saying.
There's always room to cook it further.
Yeah. Always room to burn those pennies.
Yeah. That's what they used to say back in my day, as UCal in a really rough spot, actually. 2v1. A lot of damage does go in, and UCal can't even flash out of that one.
And Fish is getting pretty strong, you know. They have 2 dragons, they have the grubs. They're actually heading gold now. I know we had concerns about how the team fight's going to go, but it's the same move again.
Rich, you just saw this happen. These players have agreed to just not use flash this game.
Yeah, always use flash. Just flash like your pennies are going out of style.
Yeah, exactly. That's not even what I said.
What did you say?
I don't even know. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. So, you know, it was a lot of damage from the Tristana even before Gideon got here. And once Gideon got here, it was like...
I'm sorry.
It's like pennies on the clothesline at that point.
Pennies on the clothesline?
It was Stunzo from there, yeah.
I'm so confused.
Oh, nice hook, actually, as they go in on a Wukong and he just dies. Not quite able to have an impact, but Gideon taking a bunch of damage from Teddy. As you said it before, the scrappy fights. DRX will like those, but still, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. And it's Chemtech Soul. And Kingen is he is pushing the top lane by himself. Might just get that turret.
Trying to claim some pennies from that tower.
Yeah.
DRX will clear out the wave mid. UCal's going to move in top. There's no wave of his own for him to equalizer, so he won't have to steal the ult right now. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I think happened with this equalizer is, you know, you've probably played Rumble a couple of times, right?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. If you have like the starting point and you don't pull far enough away from it, and then you drag your mouse back without releasing.
Yeah, didn't everyone used to? It was always like you'd have to change the settings on it from like quick. You know, I've heard it. There's been instances where pros have been messed up because they'll play a Rumble game and they'll change the ult, the settings, and they'll forget in the next game, and then it won't be quick cast on their ult, and they'll be like, "Oh my god!"
I wanted to
at a critical moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happens.
I wanted to Lulu ult and I had to click a second time. Oh no! Here comes another engage. Featuring Blast Cone, Mega Cone, in goes Fisher, engaging himself. And the Maokai ultimate doesn't end up really doing much, but a couple of TPs come in. And they just kind of back away, fighting over this Chemtech Drake for now. But Nongshim are like, well, we didn't want that anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
or do they?
Only Teddy's low. Gideon being low a little bit rough, but King gets a big ult.
Oh, that equalizer, very nice angle. Andil does not have flash, and Rich is taking a bunch of damage, but guess who does even more damage? It's the Zeri, and it's the Wukong! Again, just press your buttons all at the same time in one direction, and you're gonna feel pretty good as DRX. As now they turn their sights onto the Chemtech Drake, and Nongshim are running away. Some harpoons, but King's just staring at him.
Question is, I don't think they feel strong enough to go for the Atacam right now. I think that was the right call. Seen far too many throws in that objective. Oh.
Bro.
You know what's the worst thing is he has Leandries. So he ain't recalling for like 7 seconds.
Yeah, look at him, he's still running away.
Yeah, so this is what DRX's composition want to do. Teddy obviously forced away and Andal left as a sacrifice. But this dive, Sponge straight in, Yukal follows, flash ult, gets the stun on Jiwoo. Yeah, you just don't have the safety net for this backline. This is kind of the point where we're making in draft.
Yeah, you know what the safety net is? It's the Maokai and the Maokai ult.
Yeah, and it wasn't there.
And he had used it. And he was doing the Drake. He wasn't even with the team.
Really, the ideal scenario for Nongshim is both Nongshim and DRX stand still and just shoot at each other from a distance. That favors Nongshim. A Maokai ult is great for making that happen, but DRX don't seem to be happy with that scenario.
Well, Hens won something, but again, there's not a lot of good targets. Could have definitely hooked Rich, but like, why? As now, they're going to start up the Otacon. No vision here for the side of DRX. And, you know, some pings for the blue team. They are beginning to...
fun.
Yeah, it's a bit too slow from DRX. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. There's the smite. And now the Hens is going to hook air, but they have the Maokai ult engaged. They don't quite have the peel, though, as now stolen equalizer. They're trying to turn onto Yukal, but they're not quite able to. Wukong goes down. Tons of damage being dealt right now by Nongshim, and they've got this Jinx in the backline just shelling out the damage. And DRX, they bite off more than they can chew in this one, as they wanted to punish, but instead, they're the ones that got punished.
And they got so much gold from that. Got the shutdown from the Zeri as well. Massive influx. Jiwoo's starting to feel a lot more fed now, and DRX completely fumble. Not only do they give too much space around that Atacam, almost like they forgot it was up, but here in this fight, you know, Yukal ends up taking the Rumble ult, doesn't have a ton of value, but they just don't get on the backline. It is the main thing. Fisher jumps in on Yukal, Jiwoo is just free hitting constantly. The Wukong goes down without really achieving anything, doesn't get to ult, and then this clustered mass where Jiwoo and Fisher just free hitting. Not the ideal situation there, definitely, for DRX. Seeing how things can go awry.
I was watching the Lens in that fight, by the way. Didn't bother hooking again. He just ran in and got one knock up and then died.
Classic.
Yeah. The Maokai ult came out, and the targets were Wukong clone or Galio. And he's like, I think I'm just not going to cast it here.
Yeah, it's fair.
Probably a good call. But yeah, Nongshim kind of just run away with the game after that play. We used to see this, you know, at times in the past when Otacon didn't exist, when it was like a Baron. You know, a team would rush down Baron and they take a big fight right after, and you'd be like, oh, well, that might just be the game. In this case, you know, if you're going to hook a Galio 4v1, that's fine. But not able to hit the hook there. Sponge and Andil just going for a little walk. Not going to be met with kindness.
Yep. And the problem is, they're now just getting sieged down. Oh, comes in.
Oh. Okay, gonna be pushed away from the hook, and now Kingin, he's going on in. He doesn't care if he dies. They've done the damage. They take out the Lulu, and they still have the Otacon buff. Here comes Fisher, and he's just tanking up the turret because why not? He's gonna get the one kill, gets a second as well, the fade away. And Yukal's like, by the way, I'm Silas. I can steal the Maokai ultimate. Isn't this great? Doesn't do anything. And maybe Nongshim just win right now.
This is just the end of the game. You know, Fisher's TP to come back, and a couple of fumbles, some good team fighting from Nongshim, and DRX get run into the dirt. It'll be 2-1 to Nongshim on the back of this. And a game that felt more decisive than game 2 for sure, but just felt like once they lost control, a little bit messy for DRX. They just kind of fumbled. They lost the Atacam and it just went out the window.
Yeah. It's one of those games that just ends in the span of like 1 minute, and you're like, oh, Well, that was crazy.
Yeah, game 1 was the stomp, game 2 was the mess, game 3 was, I guess we just win now. And Gio, credit to Gio having a better game, you know.
For sure.
I was concerned about this one, him being targeted heavily. He had a really rough game 2, looked better here. So hopefully signs he can bounce back on this one, because yeah, not out of the woods yet. 2-1 up, and again, as we get deeper in this, as more champions are taken away, it's going to get more and more difficult. But you know, I really liked DRX's draft, as I said there, but just unable to execute when it came down to it, unable to find the angles.
Yeah.
UCal really did not have a good time against Fisher in the mid lane matchup and never really showed up. And I think he had the ult in the bot lane, he had that fight that went well, but other than that, it just feels like he's been subdued, and Fisher's been doing a fantastic job of keeping down DRX's best performing player so far in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, if they can flip that player matchup, Nongshim are in a fantastic spot, and that is saying it lightly, as we got a 2-1 lead now for the side of Nongshim. Can they close it out in our first game 4 of the LCK Cup? You'll find out after this break.
따져볼게. 아니면 5번 줘. 타워부터 할게 난. 오케이, 5번 줘. 나 가는 중. 오케이. 자, 바로. 보자. 잡아. 끝난 거 같은데? 마무리 안 되었어, 정태야? 야, 끝내자, 게임 끝내자. 야, 끝내. 야, 맞아. 테리스. 맞을게. 끝내자. 단판하자. 끝났다.
얘들아 진정을 해, 알았지? 내 말을 잘 들어주면.
이거 시우 형 말 들으면 이기다. 시우 형 말 들으면 이기다.
아니 왜 얘들아 다 이겼는데 왜 자꾸 급하게 해.
천천히 하자.
그냥 우리가 잘한다니까 얘들아 급하게 좀.
맞아. 천천히 해서.
얘들아 진정하고 오케이. 잘했다. 못한 것 중에 잘했어.
You know, no punish there on the bottom side. Now, oh god, Lahans. Callan is going to be able to sweep him. So there we go, but Lahans once more. There's the Shadow Dash flash! And they all pile on top of Raptor. He's taken down Diablo. Gonna have to cleanse as Kingin says, you're not taking part in this fight. And it should be 3 grubs going over to Nongshim as well. They'll take the first blood at the same time.
They were looking but wouldn't find it, and now everyone on Genji is so mobile, so fast. With that buff, it's going to be even harder to connect.
Oh,
Fishing.
Yeah, he wants to find that huge Empress Divide angle. He finds it onto 2. Down goes Carrier, down goes Owner. And that should be a ticket to Baron here for Genji.
You just see when he's looking. The fact that he's running so fast, so hard to deal with him. Genji, they get what they want. They manage to find the picks on the back end, and now
Let's see what T1's going to be able to do about it. Faker, heroic entrance up and available as they back away.
오케이. 찍어서 볼게.
좋아. The most value ever as they dive on top of Ruler, smashing that backline. Ruler survives for a while. Smash as well is just diving on top of Chovy. Takes down both of the carries. And Keen gets 1, but it is all over for this fight. T1 matters into their own hands. And Smash comes in clutch.
Owner does his job perfectly. We need to engage, we need to get on the back line. He finds an angle and smashes there for the follow-up. Gen G Rumble.
Everyone listen to Lahens was the call there on the mic check at the very end, and Nongshim do as they go up 2-1 against DRX for that final spot in the LCK Cup playoffs. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And time to take a look at the draft, y'all. There was a very, very pointed pick at support. We're trying to figure out what were they going to go with. They go with the Lahens Blitzcrank here. And at first we were like, maybe this isn't the best pick here.
I wasn't ready to trust it, to be honest. I thought, you know, when you have some hook targets like the Sylas, the Wukong, the Galio, these aren't going to be really prio. You could catch the Lulu, obviously, and that's why they picked it for potential lane opportunities, but we saw that didn't go very well. So even though they won and he was able to get some picks, there were some moments where Sponge was a little bit out of position. I'm still not a hugest fan of it, but in terms of shot calling and how they moved around the map, it was good. The Zeri pick, though, for me, was what really clutched this as a draft win for DRX, because they already have so much frontline and setup, and Zeri is going to excel when she has a Lulu to back her up, when she can get into team fights and do a ton of AoE damage with Runins and her ultimate. When you have a Galio there to block, when you have the Wukong knocking people up, it's really hard to take her out, so this felt like the perfect lock-in, and for me, I think this is the best draft we've seen from DRX, not necessarily in this series, but maybe even for the whole tournament, actually, honestly.
Yeah, especially when they have Jinx, you kind of pick away Lulu from them as well. So I think it was really smart move from DRX, but unlucky that you have the shot caller Lahens in that game. Especially, like, it was really impressive that actually Ulf kind of like found out that Lahens was kind of tilted after get the game 2, you know? Like, can you tell me the story?
Well, I just saw him walking back after the second game, way ahead of his teammates. Like, his teammates are walking behind him, and he had the look where you're kind of looking down, you're looking determined, you're looking a little bit frustrated. You're like, I did my best. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to win this game. And then at the end of the comms there, as you mentioned, Digon, he was like,
right?
Listen to your young. And that's how we win. And they're like, okay, you win. You're right, Lance.
All right, let's take a look at it. It didn't start off so great here for Nongshim as DRX took the first fight down by the Drake River.
Yeah, so I think it was the point that actually Nongshim could just avoid the fight according to their game plan as well, because they have Tristana and Rumble, and also you have to see their TPs because they have no TP and they have to fight for this soul point. So I thought Nongshim should have just avoided the team fight and just go for the side lane turret. But instead of that, they were thinking about just taking the fight into Wukong, Galio, and Zeri Lulu team fight comp. So that kind of didn't work out really well at the end.
The Maokai ultimate is really awkward here as well. It's one of your best deterrents against the dive that's going to come through when you have that Zeri sliding in on top as well. And the fact that that goes down super early is a huge problem here for Nongshim. They weren't able to abuse either the fact that Yukao wasn't in position early, so he's now here and ready to fight. And look at this follow-up. It's just so easy for him to get in there on top, along with the Zeri sliding through, and then the rest of Nongshim are isolated on the other side. And this is the power of, we had two different identities for these two teams in terms of draft. For DRX, it was just big team fights on objectives. Unlucky for them, it was Chemtech Soul. On the other side, you got 6 Grubs, you have Tristana, you have incredible side lane pressure, and they played into it a little bit, but at this moment, I think should have played into it, like you said, would need a little bit more.
Yeah, but then after that, we kind of were breaking down. We're like, okay, here's highlight 1. We're in the back. We're like, okay, here's highlight 1. This is what the highlight we want. After that, we're like, okay, cool. They get Otacon, right? Right, guys? They get Otacon? No, Nongshim get position. DRX no way in.
Yeah, you just need to check Yukal's position here, because it was kind of weird that they gave up all the position and vision control here, and also he decided to do completely nothing and just stay in the brush, because like it doesn't help anything for his teammate, because he's not really getting vision, he's not really ready to the fight. He can't really do anything like flanking position as well. So I think it was just completely weird moment for DRX.
And it shows like how important vision is and how important a Herald pushing down that bottom lane this late into the game can actually make a huge difference, because without vision, he still needed to come in and try to set something up, but he was so scared they were setting a trap for him, and they also knew Otacon was a threat. And it's in these moments as DRX, sometimes the choice you have to make might be the wrong one, but if you make no choice, you're kind of guaranteed to give up a fight like that and give up an objective. And they waited so long, they were so indecisive, but this has kind of been a big symptom for DRX throughout this entire tournament, is just not being able to make those calls quickly enough.
And also, after all the changes of like graphs and objectives, I feel like if you are willing to do something, you have to group more. I think like maybe 6-7 years ago, you have to go side, do 1-3-1s, like side lane rotations. But for now, I think you have to group to actually do something if you're ahead. And also, if you're really behind, I think you can go side. But I think nowadays, it's more about just grouping as a team and look for the vision, look for the team fight.
Yeah, especially with that type of composition.
Yes, exactly.
Well, and last point on that, we were talking earlier in the loss, DRX having maybe too many voices. In that case, you could see it was a decisive moment. We have vision. I am Blitzcrank. If he walks in, I'll hook him. Otherwise, we'll burn down Otacon. So great shot call there to take the game and then eventually control of the series 2-1 here for Nongshim as we take a look at our fearless bands. Our first time going 4 games here.
30 champions.
Yeah, and of course 10 more will be banned in total in game 4. My expectation is the 80 carry position is going to be the most pinched here, and with obviously Zeri, Jinx gone, those are kind of the ones you see isolated towards the end. Stocks on picks like Xayah go up, Ziggs goes up, so a lot of creativity is going to be needed here, and I think during this break, coaches really need to identify what picks their 80 carries are comfortable playing with everything that's removed. Try to figure out how the rest of their draft will work with what 80 carry they're fishing for.
I mean, I think there is still like a lot of combos that you can do on both sides. For example, there is still Zyra Khan, and also you can play Tahm Kench and Senna once again on the bot lane, and also you have Seraphine and Ziggs in an AP bot lane. So I think there's a lot of ideas going on for the game 4, but I think it really depends on them, like how they want to figure out that one.
I love this. We're getting back into just nitty-gritty League of Legends. When you're at home on your PC, you don't know exactly what the support is going to play, but there's strong combos available that aren't always in pro play. Now that opportunity is here on the highest stage here at the LCK. So my question to the casters is, what combo would Valdez and Ox be in the bot lane?
I heard Wolf laughing at the end on that one as well. Oh, it was what did. Okay. It was one of those guys, one of those... What kind of combo are we?
Let's do Ziggs and Mumu.
Ziggs and Mumu?
I love Ziggs. Amumu syncs well with it. Also,
I thought I would be like Nautilus because that's what I actually used to play.
No, you're a
When we
Amumu.
did, why am I a Moo?
You know, sometimes you all get sad, Brendan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
but,
like Moo.
You know, maybe you have a bad solo queue teammates. That's why you're upset.
Yeah,
you know?
There's one guy I can think of.
But Zigzamumu is really fun because you get the curse extra magic damage.
Yeah.
It's
true.
I love that. It's OP.
And you both press your R button.
Yes, he gets it. It's so simple.
The circles.
The circles. But yeah, we are getting deep into Fearless, and as was mentioned, AD carries likely the role that's going to feel the pain, especially since we've had Corki and Tristana played in the mid lane, which are picks you could have taken in the bot lane. They're also unavailable. So effectively 8 champions removed from the AD carry pools. There's not that many AD carries in the game. They might have to do something crazy like play mages, and we all know AD carry players hate doing
Or like Mila or
Mila.
Jin. It's gonna get weird as Nocturne's taken away. You know, potential for Orianna Nocturne still available. Aurora was picked in game 1, so that's not a thing. Just thinking about, you know, how deep do they have to go when it comes to preparing bans as well, because those have to change. This does mean that if you're banning Nocturne in a spot where we had Zyra banned last game, we could even see a Zyra come through instead as one of those higher prio junglers. The Azir taken away from Fisher.
Yeah. The Zyra has been banned pretty consistently across the series.
Sejuani.
Sejuani still open available, so we'll see what ends up going here. Still maintain that Shen ban is interesting. Zyra will get banned, yep. So
have to take it away from Gideon, I think, right?
Yeah.
Sejuani.
They're just going to pry the Sejuani immediately and pick that one up. In terms, there is still junglers left, but I feel like we've kind of had the big ones. The ones that have really been played a lot have gone. Poppy's been left open as a flex, though. We've seen that more support than in jungle, but you could put it in the jungle, and I think it would make sense if you're starting to feel the pain in the pool. But again, the Hens can also play that. So I think, especially at this point in Fearless in Game 4, a flex pick like Poppy really valuable to take.
Yeah. It's certainly something you want your coaches to prepare, especially for red side, where you do have that final pick and can be a bit of the struggling side, at least in this region.
Yeah.
Talia has been left available.
Talia Poppy, the anti-dash combo. I also think picking up a mid makes sense because Sejuani is so non-committal as a first pick.
And now imagine picking Rakan into this. Don't.
Unplayable.
Actually, don't imagine it, please.
Completely unplayable.
That was one of the combos they mentioned, Xayah Rakan. Rakan's still available. Xayah, one of the better 80 carries left up.
Thing is, it makes it awkward because a lot of the supports like Rel is still available, Alistar's still available. They all just feel painful into that combo. The Camille does come out. Camille been doing really well so far in the LCK. Also pairs well with that Sejuani.
Yukal's like, look at how many mid-champs are still available.
There's so many champions. Yeah, mid's not feeling the Fearless pain nearly as much. Yukal also had a really rough time in lane last game. So I feel like you want to lean on something that obviously working on the comp is great, but also you have a good lane matchup. Ends up going for the Orianna. I think you're going to have a good time in the 1v1 against Talia with that one.
Yeah.
So top side of the map secure for DRX. Nongshim. We don't know where the Poppy's going. They have their mid secured. I think an 80 carry pickup could be really good here. And then you can sort of target ban the other side and have a freer pool. But instead they're opting to go for the Gnar. Want to secure something they feel confident on in that matchup against the Camille. That being said, Sejuani shows up there. Very easy for them to dive on top of the mini Gnar.
Yeah, it can be a bit rough on the timing, as you mentioned. Even Camille in the 1v1 eventually can do some great work there. Lucian, another 80 carry. And, you know, we talked about the 80 carry pool being pinched. We're going to just see more bans.
Yeah, actually, something I said maybe Nongshim want to take the 80 carry on 3 there, but the counterpoint to that is they get first pick out of the bans. So they can kind of just ban anyway and still pick whatever they wanted. And DRX, they can either try and fire back, but the more 80 carries they ban, the more their pool's going to suffer. So sure, they ban the Xayah, but G will get, if there's like 180 carry left if they want to play, G was going to get first choice on it.
Smolder? Could see Jiw's Smolder.
I don't think playing Smolder into Camille or
I don't think this is a good idea here.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe game 5? I'm just thinking about like GU 80 carries, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, when Poppy passive is up, she has a ranged attack. 80 carry. No.
Yeah. MF?
Yeah, really moving down the pool. There's still like Kate open. There's still the Ziggs. Although you don't have that much physical damage, there is the Jhin. Kate's now gone. Yeah. Really depends what they want to lean into. And I guess they probably want to keep the flex of the Poppy for as long as possible. So I would assume an 80 carry pickup here.
I think GU's being pressured with that decision as well at this very moment. Aphelios
did hover it before.
I mean, the thing about Aphelios is that it's good into a lot of shorter range champions, but also suffers against heavy dive.
Yeah.
But if it's only Camille...
Oh my god. Woodid's going to be so happy. Woodid was calling for this. No. Yes. Woodid was calling for this. He wanted to see the Senna.
You have to make Wadid happy. There it is. Senna. Selected in My League of Legends.
Oh man, Senna on as well. You know, I feel like DRX kind of just come alive in the drafts as we've gone deeper in the series. This feels pretty good. We'll see what Nongshim try to round out their composition with.
Yeah!
But it is vibing.
He's doing a dance. Unfortunately, that was also blocking our Lehens pick, so we had to put him down really quick. I wanted to see more Wadid dancing. But what is he going to play? Rel is available. He'll play the Rel. That's not digging very deep into the support champion pool.
That feels very good, honestly. So the Nongshim composition, you know, you have tools that can kind of mitigate the dive from DRX. That's nice, right? When they funnel into you, like the Camille goes in and you're trying to follow up with the Sejuani, whatever, that's good. But I think the DRX composition, you have the super scale in bot lane of the Senna Ornn. You have the Orianna in the mid lane, who should have a good match from clear, has a lot of follow-up with her ult. The Camille's going to scale well. Their comp feels very significant lane in the late game, but the lane matchups feel good too, is kind of what I'm hinting at.
Yeah.
Be interested to see what sort of Senna it is. We've been seeing, I think it was Imp was playing a lot of Senna support and was playing Black Cleaver Rapid Fire and doing really well on it. I would like to see that. I don't think you need to go like the support Senna. You know, when Senna was really broken, we saw a lot of support Senna, but they kind of nerfed that a bit. So we'll see what Senna we get out. I think the more damage Senna would make sense, but you can see how the composition works. They dive in, Senna ult on top, Orianna ult on top, you have the Ornn ult. Hard for an Aphelios to play this game, if I'm going to be honest. Hard for these immobile carries to function in Swan, but there is a decent amount of anti-dive from Nongshim, so I think they have some responses, just not all the responses.
And if you're not a fan of one of these teams, might just be hoping for a Game 5 in this one. And in that case, you'd be hoping DRX takes this one. We'll see if this draft gets them across the line as we hop into the Rift for Game 4. Game number 4 in a Fearless Draft system. It brings out the most in the coaches, their ability to figure out drafts and put it all together on stuff that your players are also somewhat comfortable on. Maybe it's not their first or second or even, you know, top 5, but thank you very much.
That's a stack.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
But, you know, to put it all together while also considering your players' champion pools can be very difficult. I think we have potentially another game.
I think it
cards.
I really hope we get it. I really hope we get it. I think a big thing is that Nongshim's composition isn't that long ranged, and yes, they have the Rel, but a lot of the time they're kind of hoping that DRX come into them. Oh man, that's so big for DRX.
Yeah, just free flash level 1, but also Nongshim trying to get some revenge. As Sponge is like, well...
Oh man, he went Q as well, which allows him to get away, but like, Sejuani E is so OP for wave clear, for jungle clear, so...
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to start the Raptors, I guess he can just Q them, but not ideal.
I think it was on cooldown.
DRX, yeah. Well, not a great start. Both sides kind of using the lane swap situation to find some aggression, find some angles. It's kind of interesting because obviously Teddy and Andal, they scale really well this lane. So they're not, like, with a lane swap situation, you'd think they'd be okay. But it does mean you get less stacks. You also get less grasp, right, than if you're trading onto a Rel. And I think the Aphelios Rel wouldn't really have any pressure in return. So I think they really would have loved to have the 2v2 in the bot lane. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get it. And Rich, he's going to do it. He's just going to walk up here against a Poppy.
Wow.
I think this is a risky move. He moves up to the tower before Poppy's ready.
Level 2?
Yeah.
There you go.
The wave crashed a bit fast, I would say. But I think a dive there was definitely plausible.
Yeah. Well, the Senna's going top, and Andil, the support player, will lane against the top laner of Nongshim, who is kinging on the Gnar. So
why not?
Sure. Ornn, you know, used to be a top laner, still technically
We've seen him top lane during this tournament. Lehens is level 1.
Yeah, but he is going to be able to at least force a hook shot out of there.
Yeah, Q is quite strong at level 3. And I think ultimately, without having his Q, Rich wasn't really wanting to tango up close.
Yeah. The Aphelios is really interesting. There was a time for some of you, well, might have to hold that thought as Sponge. It's all about the face checking here today. And Sponge says, well, I can fight this, but the Gnar's coming in quicker. And he's quickly realizing that he can't fight that. He's trying to get away. There's the flash on in from Gideon, and he's got Orianna to Sponge, but the knock into the wall, the angle is perfect, and the first blood is fed right into the hands of Fisher, who is going to feel so good about that.
Yeah, the payoff there from that earlier play where they got his flash. And it's so hard as a Sejuani against the Poppy, because to get away from it, ideally, you get over to a wall and you queue over it. But the second you get over to a wall, you're getting slammed into it. There's no easy way to escape from that. So good moves from Gideon so far. And it gives a kill over to Fisher, which I'm sure he's happy about.
Yeah. When you saw Sponge, like, he knew there was potential for that to be the case. For Sponge to, rather, Gideon to be in the brush. But he checks it, he gets a little bit too close, and he finds out very quickly that he is not going to have prio from bot either. So it's rough. It's definitely pretty rough for him. And we do see Andil, he TP'd up to top lane, and immediately Dew's just backing, and he's going bot with the TP from King into the top lane to match.
Yeah, I think he kind of knew he was doomed, and Gnar was moving first, so he's like, well, I have to go top side. But Gideon is just beating them down. And here, it's one of these situations, because the TP's coming in, he doesn't want to walk next to the wall, but like, I think he just kind of knew if he took a longer route, he was probably dead. If he walks next to the wall, he is dead. A tough situation to be in.
Yeah. Nothing he could do. The best thing he could have done is turn back time and not face check the brush with the scuttler coming up.
I don't know why more players don't do that, you know?
Yeah.
There's nothing in the LCK rules to say players aren't allowed to turn back time.
That's true. I mean,
there's games.
There's not, actually.
So, potentially something we see utilized in the future.
Isn't that what the Zanya's Hourglass is for?
That puts you in stasis.
Oh.
Doesn't turn
well, it's
back
like
time.
Stopping time, right?
Yeah, but it's not turning back time. Like, I think if Sponge stopped time there, he would just, it'd be very awkward where he's like, yeah, I'm definitely dead.
He's golden, just staring
I'm like,
at the
there's no way
Poppy.
I'm getting out of this. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah. I think that Teddy, as well, by the way, is one of the players that should be very good on Senna. He has played through many metas that Senna has been a part of, and he really does excel on a pick that has very long range and can just kind of bully you.
The human nexus, you know, he will eventually have the range of the fountain laser, so.
Yep. Here comes a wall. Fisher looking to join on in. Use some of that gold, but it's just going to actually be Lehens that comes in as well and makes his life really difficult as Sponge once again falling very far behind Gideon here.
They're just punishing him for this early Sejuani pick. You know, they have a composition where you are not allowed to dash. It is illegal. You will die. If you dash, you'll die if you don't. And they are just punishing this Sejuani, who's normally a pick where you expect to play with confidence. You're tanky, you're bulky, you're hard to punish. Not right now.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. It's a far cry away from Gideon Sejuani, which was hard steal at like 15 minutes, maybe even sooner. and just farming people. But yeah, he gets caught. There's nothing that Teddy's going to do, right? So he just runs away. And it's the power of Talia as well to join fights quicker than anyone else.
Not sure how much Lehens needed to use his flash there, but he wanted to secure the kill, wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Sejuani can be weird with, like, especially if she has her Q up, you just like flash and then Q away, and it's like, whoa, whoa. She got a lot of distance from that.
Yeah, I think his flash was still down there.
Well, in that case,
that's the only thing.
Don't flash. But he wanted an assist.
He got it. He got it. Did not steal the kill.
Red-white. Something I wanted to mention earlier is that for some of you newer League watchers, there was a time, especially there wasn't Fearless before this year consistently, where we used to see Aphelios like every single game.
Yep.
Right? And I think he came in when that was still a meta, like towards the tail end of it.
Yeah.
And it used to just dominate metas, and Ornn used to be one of the things that was picked relatively often into the Aphelios because he doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have a lot of mobility, so you just kind of press your R. So I really liked that pick from Ondil. As now, thinking about something here, they're going to knock away Teddy, and now it's just Rich. He does have flash. He's going to ult on in, but there's just way too many threats, and there you go. Just easy collection for Jiwoo. So he picks up the kill on a Rich, and there's nothing that Sponge or Teddy can do except watch.
Yeah, I think Rich kind of could have done more, if I'm going to be honest. You could flash the Poppy stun, and I think you could maybe get a turnaround kill. Like, you had backup coming through.
Yukal? Oh, that's a big rock. And the ult to come in, he pulls him closer, and the flash comes through. And Fisher says, thank you very much, I'll collect that kill. Yukal left wondering what went wrong.
Like, it's not even a controversial statement, it's just an absolute fact. Yukal has been the MVP for DRX so far in the LCK Cup, but he has not shown up massively in this series, and that is a big flub. To be getting solo killed by a Talia there. Fisher stepping up massively for Nongshim.
Yeah, Fisher was one of the guys at the beginning of LCK Cup that went, what, like 1-7? He was like 0-7 at one point on Victor.
Yep.
And then he had like a great play at the end. I think they won that game, actually. This play here for Rich, yeah, you could absolutely
I think he got flipped by Lehens.
Really? Oh.
So I think he didn't have a chance to. So, my bad. I criticized him. Didn't have a chance.
He is saying, like, what the hell is that? What is this? What is he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's questioning it big time. That's putting it lightly as well. Fisher more surprised than anyone else that he was able to pick up that kill.
Yeah. So the kill on Rich and Atar, I think Lehens got the remount flip, or I'm not sure what it was specifically that CC'd him.
It would have had to be like perfect timing though, right? For the flip to actually come through, because I mean the frames right after you Camille ults, like, you could probably flash away, but maybe Lehens was just that clean with it. And we might get number 2, and here it does come through. That's the flip on in, and Rich, he just doesn't even bother. I feel like there was even maybe a window to try to flash, but auto attack's already in the air, just decides to die instead. And it's just been this roaming death squad from Nongshim. They're just going around the map killing everyone.
Yeah, it's working really well. They're being proactive, they set Sponge behind, and now Gideon is just running the game on this Poppy.
A little ult on in as well, gonna get the root down. Now Sejuani is here, Sponge looking to turn this one, but guess what? Gideon comes in and says no thank you. TP now, double TP from the side of DRX. Yukal, he wants revenge, he wants blood, but he's not in he's in a pretty rough spot actually. The stun comes down, and they're gonna give another kill over to Jiwoo. Rich trying desperately to take out this Aphelios, but he won't be able to. Sponge is also going to be kited out. Another root comes down, and he has to flash away from the seismic shove. And somehow, feels like Nongshim win all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a desperation play where you...
Oh, he's going to dash over the rocks here, Rich. Rough spot. Trying to punish Fisher. It's not going to work out.
DRX right now. Okay, Andal doesn't die. Man. It feels like they're panicking. It feels like they know the game is slipping out their hands. They know this is the last chance to stay in the tournament. They know that this is the last game if they lose it. And they are getting ripped apart right now. Beautiful stun from Gideon. The follow-up is there. Rich just about gets to play the game for a second and then dies. And then here, the ult from Jiwoo tries to go for the slow, tries to set it up. Gets a little bit messy, but the ult from Gideon is fantastic. And then here, the double TP. And I was thinking at this time, if this play doesn't go fabulously, they're just kind of cooked, and it didn't go fabulously. And now Nongshim working on these grubs.
Trying to pick up a 5th. Might just be able to. Lahens has got a great angle here as well. There's just nobody really to stop him either. He just runs straight into the Sejuani. Finally, Andil is going to show up to a fight just to ult a Meganar. And it's not his fault. It's just they don't have any pressure. Lahens the one to set up the play as DRX overextend into the grub pit. And they get punished for it once again. Rich, he was just bot, didn't have TP, was never going to join that fight.
You know, we saw a game where Lahens was in the Braum, couldn't really do what he wanted to do. Felt like you could see him trying, but it wasn't there. We then saw the Blitz game where there just wasn't that many great options for him to grab. This game feels like what you want Lahens to be doing. You know, he's got the... I mean, Gideon's on Poppy as well. We think back to when it was Lahens and Peanut together.
Yeah.
That's the kind of tandem duo where they can really set up these plays. But right now, they're just doing such a fantastic job of securing kills on the map, translating them into objectives. 7-1 the kill score, 3,700 gold lead, 14 minutes. It is looking rough for DRX.
Yeah. I mean, it's just desperation trying to fight for grubs when you're already in a rough spot. Sponge doesn't have a completed item. And they don't have any vision control in the river either. He's just kind of running at the grub saying, okay, I'm going to go for it. And he just gets punished instead.
I feel like especially, you know, Camille is pretty weak. If we look 79 CS on Rich compared to Kingen, who's on 116.
Rich has been laning against Andil most of the, or not Rich,
Yeah.
Kingen has been laning against Andil.
Yeah, and Yukal obviously not doing too hot. Going to be a slower spike on with the Archangels. Take a while to come online. It's a center as well. I feel like DRX is going to be waiting a long time before they feel ready to fight this game, and I don't think Nongshim are going to necessarily give them the time to wait.
I mean, there's no real reason to. You got a 4-0 Aphelios. This character that generally can take some items to really begin to punish is so accelerated. He's got the Untiles.
I feel like,
I mean, who's going to stop him?
as a champ, you know, Aphelios really benefits just from stats. You know, he gets the extra stats from levels up, but like an item like Unitile, just all the crit, attack speed, and AD, he's just going to feel monstrous. This snowball this far ahead. Like, I don't think there's a reason Aphelios isn't like a hard meta pick at the moment, but it is definitely not right. Like, if you get him ahead like this, he's ahead in the curve, he is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he can keep you at distance. He can control waves very well. And there's just a lot of ways. Like, even if you get on him, he can be a huge threat. It's not something like as flimsy as a Kog'Maw, who can just auto-attack you. He's actually going to be able to red-white gun you down and potentially lifesteal and stay alive for a very long time. You have to be very crisp in how you deal with Jiwoo in this game, who, you know, talking about some of the players, he started off very rough, but he has really turned it around.
Oh, Sponge steals it. That's something at least. Blue buff secured.
He did get something, yes.
Yes. Well, we'll have to see. We've seen bigger discrepancies thrown, but not much bigger, you know? It's a lot of gold very early on. Feats of strength already coming through, and they are looking for Yukal, but just clear out the wave. Just have the backup. But I feel like a lot of this game is just going to be DRX trying to stave the aggression from Nongshim and hoping that with time, things will heal.
Generally, they do. And I just don't know if DRX have the time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Won't be given it. The Rift Herald is not being started. It's just being baited. And as we can see, DRX aren't even really trying to go for it. Sponge paths towards the bottom side of his jungle, and Teddy goes for a back. And now that these two top laners have met each other once again, we talked about it before, the giant gap in CS and the level lead that Kingen has means that the Camille, it's going to be a while before she's doing much to Gnar.
Yeah, and I feel like Gnar is another one of these champions where when you get him ahead, is just such a menace to deal with. Like, his threat in the side lanes is so hard, especially with a champion like Camille. If you're not able to dive in on him and win the fight, he will just permanently have pressure. You know, we have this composition that works well in the 1-3-1 manner with Fisher on the clear. Not a fun scenario to be put in.
Yeah, not at all.
And the winner of this series will go through to face KT in our playoffs. This is the last match we have in the play-ins period of the LCK Cup. Next stage is the playoffs. The other series is Honor Life Esports against T1. This one is Nongshim against the one that, if Nongshim win, it'd be Nongshim against KT. If DRX win, obviously be them. They have to win another game after this.
Yeah. Also, I misspoke earlier. We will actually be on current live patch next week. So we will have potentially Mel. As now, little combo here in a Rich. That is a Camille. Can he get away? Not from this duo. And that's really what it was designed to do.
Yep. You just don't gonna move. Don't gonna play the game.
Look at him. Hands on the back of his chair. I mean, there's nothing he can do at all. And it feels real bad to have this potentially be the final game until April for DRX.
Yep. And that's the thing. You know, first best of 5, immediately out. To be fair, recent iterations of DRX didn't really get that many opportunities to play best of 5s with just how, you know, we had the traditional seasonal, like the spring and summer. If you're not top 6, you don't make the playoffs, you don't get a best of 5. But definitely a lot to think over after this one, if this is where the story ends. I think if they are to come back in this game, it really just is going to take an error from Nongshim. It's going to take some major misposition, combo with like a shockwave. But ultimately, time is their friend, as we said before. And mistakes from Nongshim, which, you know, they're definitely happy in this series. They're not an infallible team. I think the interesting thing to think about is if they do win this and they go against KT, how that matchup's going to be.
It is pretty interesting, yeah, the way that the bracket has lined up in that manner. Again, this is just Camille from behind playing into Poppy and Talia, because you've got rocks on the ground, you have steadfast presence, you're getting knocked into the wall. Yeah, that's how it feels. Not good at all. As it all comes in, Gideon is Poppy, so he's going to feel totally fine. Still going to flash away just to be safe. As there we go. They're trying to get time on their side. They're going to catch Jiwoo right there. Big shutdown right into the hands of Rich. And Rich, you know, he was feeling real bad, but immediately one team fight later, they get a huge pick. Maybe a chance for DRX. Some hope, at least.
They've been all 5 ultimates, and Nongshim only used Poppy's ultimate. So I don't think they're in a position to fight this next. Oh no.
Well, this is pretty rough as they're going in on Sponge. Gideon pretty low, though, as not quite able to lock him down. Here comes Ondil and Teddy taking a bit of damage themselves. Will anybody die in this fight is really the main question. Sponge got extremely low. UCal finally got on over with this TP.
Okay, a couple more ults
able to join.
Low health bars. That might actually have worked out okay for DRX. No, I think the Kingan's confident enough to start up the Dragon. I was going to say, maybe if they got them low enough, both teams would reset and they'd be able to contest the Dragon, but apparently not. Still though, this is a good play. Ultimately, they managed to shut down this Fed of Felios. I didn't actually catch who got the kill.
It was Camille. It was Rich.
Oh, nice. Beautiful then. Yeah, great knock up there from Andal. Everything's layered. They burn a lot though. That's kind of the thing. When you're this far behind, you do have to burn a lot to take down a key target. There's no, oh, let's save a couple of ults for the rest of the fight. No. And there's just not much they can do to follow up after this. But it's a good play. More of that. And we can see this game turning around. They got the shutdown from Jiwoo. There's still a shutdown on Fisher. Teddy's starting to get some items. 71 souls and has that black cleaver.
Yeah. I mean, most important thing, it just buys them time. You know, Infernal Soul is not going to feel good. Trying to get on top of Teddy here. Looks pretty good to be able to do that, as, yeah, he didn't get to press a single button in that passage of play. And now Sponge getting slowed down by the boomerangs, going to get walloped as well. That's another kill given over to Jiwoo. So they found an angle, but unfortunately we're a bit too worried about Otacon, and that led to their demise.
One of the problems in this situation is when they're trying to establish vision, Teddy is the one with the Sightstone, you know? He has to be there warding. He's a squishy center. It never feels good. And you have the Sejuani as bodyguard. It's a squishy Sejuani, let's be real. Nongshim not struggling to kill Sponge right now.
Rich has his ult, but
Fish is 2 levels up and has the Seraph Shield.
Yeah. You got the Seraph Shield. Otacon buff as well.
Yeah, that's something, I guess.
Yeah.
Well. Otacon buff now for Nongshim. some more pressure. But yeah, and this is the thing. They're fighting over this vision, trying to establish something. Teddy did have flash there. Could have maybe tried to flash over the wall away from the stun. But Sponge is just kind of due already with the Mortal Reminder. So got that armor pen coming in. He is shredding right now.
And now it's Ondil versus 4. Not really sure how this happened, but they're like, he's not even worth it, honestly.
Yeah. Just
let him go. Maybe Kingen can get him.
Oh.
Because Ondil, he does buy a lot of time. I mean, he could have bought more time.
No, I thought he was going to do. Right? I thought he was going to buy like the symbiotic souls and then have the faster recall. You know, build them and then just recall out.
Wow.
They're looking out. He can ult.
He's still there. They did not respect this at all. As now, there you go. The shockwave comes in, and it's 400 gold to the side of DRX. They buy themselves a little bit of time.
This is what the comp does, and it does it well. It's just a shame they're so far behind.
Turret bounty?
Having to start doing it. But yeah, if they get mid-tower, they get a turret bounty. They are losing out in the bot lane, though, so they'll let Rich get this.
Okay, well, Rich is going to get it. Can he get anything else? He is not alone in the 1v1.
I think he's just hoping to get out. That's what he's trying to get right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting out.
He's not getting out, I would imagine. For now, it's 2v1. They could also... Okay, and they're just also going to get Teddy on top of everything else. So they get Teddy, they get Rich, and they got a big push in the bottom lane. Still 25 seconds on Otacon.
We can't have something good happen and then it just stay that way for DRX. For like, it's like something happens, I'm like, oh, okay, this is pretty good. We can and then immediately something bad happens straight after. We missed this, so let's have a look. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah. That'll do, Teddy. I mean, he... Again, as you said, somebody has to ward. It's him. Because he has the support item. And... a lot of the time, he's just... If he's going out alone, he's just going to die. Because they don't have any control at all in any lane or the jungle.
I know, like, Aphelios is always going to have a lead over a center, right? You're always going to have a lead over the center. So, like, 5.6k lead over the center, it's a lot. But, like, he's going to always have a lead. But it's a fact that Andal only has about 2k gold lead over Lens.
Yeah.
You know, it's not looking so hot. Black Cleaver completed for Teddy, going towards a rapid fire, but still a long way away. Jiwoo now has the Infinity Edge. Scary. Scary stuff. We also have the Dead Man's Plate from Gideon. This is the, like, you have the empowered Sundered Sky auto and the empowered Dead Man's auto. So your buckler just... it's a Captain America build. Just launch the shield at them. Boom!
Yeah. It's a big boom. That's for sure.
It is.
You could see there was a little zoom in as, okay, nice little blue ward. I don't know if they can actually do anything about the Baron. Can they stop the Baron? The wall as well, very obnoxious. TP in a mid, but the damage, look at this.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's just way too much damage from Aphelios. Remember that he can just do this with a tank, as he had Gideon, as now nice ult onto the Camille, and they just don't have an in. There's so many chakrams coming out. It's
look
like,
at them!
Sponge is like, oh God, run away. But nobody else got the memo, and Sponge apparently didn't either. Look at the chakrams, there's so many. There's like 8 trillion of them. He's got like a whole squad. And eventually they disappear.
I've seen so many situations where you get a chakram stacked up and everyone runs away and you don't get to hit anyone. Jiwoo was gunning for them. He wanted to get the value. And now
might just be the end of the game.
They could just end the game, and it's kind of a deflating loss for DRX.
Yeah.
There was some back and forth in the series, but in the end, Nongshim just played the better team. Dritch trying to find an angle. He's dragging the wave away.
He does do that, and he's buying a little bit of time. Teddy's up. But yeah, realistically, they're down 11,500 gold. And it doesn't matter what kind of things you do in this one, you're just not going to have a way to stop them. Nongshim will move on to the playoffs as your 6th seed from the play-ins. They will face off against KT Roaster. And to be honest, I mean, they're looking really good. It felt rough against T1.
But that's T1.
But that's T1.
Yeah. I think a lot of people looked at T1 being like the team up there alongside D+ as one of the strongest performers right now. So I didn't take too much away from them losing to them. T1's a very good team. DRX, I think it's a bit frustrating because there were some great moments, but just the consistency wasn't there. And I think Nongshim, there was definitely some moments as well where they were a little bit off, but you can see the cohesion start to come together. I think Lahens, compared to like previous lineups we've had with Nongshim, a lot more younger, inexperienced players. Lahens is a veteran, like a hard veteran with lots of shot calling experience, and you can start to see the team really working as a unit, making great things happen. And for me, I think the man on the sign there is the one who really stood out. Gideon just had a fantastic performance.
Yeah.
Really stepping up a lot for this team, but just in this series was just kind of taking over. The jungle gap was pretty significant.
Yeah, it definitely was. Siu, not going to give us anything special this time around, but just very happy to take the win. I think what you said is very correct. It was both Gideon playing very well, but also Sponge having a rough one. Not necessarily just because of himself. You know, it just felt like, especially when Gideon would get a lead, he took it to the farthest lengths that he possibly could.
I think it's a double combo of Gideon being really good at taking advantage of a lead, but also Lahens being devious, right? He will be hiding in your jungle with a 3-stack, level 1. He will solo kill you in your jungle as Shen. He will do things to bully the enemy jungler, and then Gideon will reap the rewards, and he really makes the most of it. That duo between them, it's really showing up. So it's very fun to see. Kind of excited to see how it does against KT. But yeah, a team I'm keen to see more of.
She's asking if she can buy finals tickets. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of different stages you got to get through in the playoffs. But good to get excited. And this is the beginning of it. Gideon expecting Sponge to show up, Sponge not respecting it. And from here on out, it was the Gideon show in the jungle matchup.
It never got better. It never got better. And those missed a start, flash down from an invade. So Sponge not able to flash out there. And then here, it was just a sad Sejuani game. And I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, Sponge played well, there's nothing he could do, but this is a rough game, you know. There wasn't much he could do. He definitely didn't play like very well, but I think Nongshim had a plan to bully him as much as possible, and sadly, he was on the receiving end of that. Occasional moments where they showed up, showed what their composition could do, found some angles, found some opportunities to punish, but they were few and far between.
Yeah, just imagine if this were like an even game state, what this composition does from DRX.
Yeah.
Really had no issue with the comp itself. It just, you know, if you fall this far behind, it doesn't matter what champions you've got.
I think that's the thing, is that, especially with Fearless, getting deep in the drafts, I had some thoughts that, you know, how many series will be decided by draft? Like, will one team just have a big edge late in the series? I feel like the last 2 games, DRX had an edge in draft, and yet they still lost. And I think it kind of, you know, as much as people like to think, oh, it's over in draft, it often isn't. Draft isn't everything. Gameplay is a big factor, and
yeah.
Wow, Fisher did a lot of damage. Do you know, when he had the chakrams at the end, I feel like a good chunk of his damage was just that.
Yeah,
that
like
moment.
the whole dark red bar, which is like damage after 14 or 15, I believe. Yeah, it was probably all that fight.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Nongshim, definitely the better team on the day for sure. And, you know, maybe from here we saw 4 drafts that now KT Rolster can take a look at and say, hey, Nongshim looked weak here, or like, oh, we weren't sure about this. You know, a lot to pull apart and so much to break down before we do get into playoffs for both Nongshim and now their opponent KT.
I think for how this team works together, this is a good opportunity for Nongshim to grow. I think Gideon Fisher benefiting from doing this best of 5. Gideon, 100% play the match, 100% for sure. But like having the experience in Fearless best of 5 is good. And I think I'm not fully sold on KT. I think it could be a good match between them. I think Nongshim really could take them down. But yeah, Gideon definitely benefiting from having Lahens in his team. But even the game he lost, I feel like he was a massive factor in that one. He just had 4 good games. And when he had an advantage, he knew how to run away with it. Like Sponge brought out his Nidalee, and that was the only game that they ended up winning. And even then, he wasn't like that far ahead off the Lilia.
His Lilia was awesome as well. Like, so many ults were set up. Like, so many of the fights were almost turned back by Gideon. So, really got to give him a lot of credit. I think Lahens, maybe a little shout out to him as well. A lot of different moments where you could tell his shot calling or his roam or this and that were really the difference makers. But Gideon was really kind of the star of the show.
Yeah, I also love when we have a player who maybe things don't work out for, like Gideon when he was on Bro, and they end up unfortunately leaving the LCK, but they come back and really show what they could have done and show what they can do.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. You know, spent a lot of time in Challengers as well, and there were, I think he went over to LPL and came back, and like there were a lot of different players or people that were like, oh, we really like this guy, but he's not really experienced enough. So it's nice to see a cool success story, and we will be hearing from him in just a moment. But yeah, was a fun first best of 5 in Fearless here for LCK
5
Cup.
games.
I was most sad by that.
Yeah, I was really.
Once that game started going the way of Nongshim, like 100%, I was like, ah.
I see. I wouldn't have mind if the fourth game was really close and down the edge. I wouldn't have mind if it finished at 4, but
yeah,
that was kind of the blatant end. I'm sure we will get a 5-game best of 5 at some point in playoffs.
We will eventually, but guys, we're done for now. We're going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Gideon on the side of Nongshim Red Force. What a spicy play and a spicy crowd. You successfully seized the final ticket to the playoffs, and this will be your first POM as well. How do you feel? You know, I was lucky enough to get POM, but my teammates were actually so good in supporting me, and I think that's why I really want to just take this moment and share it with my teammates, my coaching staff, and the fans as well. It looks like it was the first best of 5 in hard fearless format. So how was it? You know, our jungle, mid, AD carry, and Kingen, they all have really good and big and wide champion pools. So I think we were actually really good in terms of coming up with the draft. So during the draft, did anyone say that it was difficult to pick a champion for any specific lane? I would say if we had to pick one, it would be the mid lane. And honestly, we're actually constantly working on minimizing our weakness. And in an interview, your head coach said not to rely on the veterans like Kingen and Lihens, to create the healthy team environment where every player does their part is the goal. So what was the practice process like to achieve that? I think just from our scrims, the process and the result has been really good. So I think that's really been amplifying our confidence. So I think we have a really good spirit going on as a team. And yeah, what an intense match today with great focus. Nongshim took the victory, and there were moments where Nongshim turned the game around from a pinch. You know, I think we were able to get our victory today is really because of our fans, and whether it be snowing or raining, we always have the support from our fans, and also our very supportive and talented coaching staff actually have all contributed to our victory today. And for the first time in 4 years, Nongshim has made it to the playoffs. What is your resolution into the playoffs? You know, KT is actually my XX team, and I will make sure that I can stand against their jungle as well. Congratulations on the playoffs again, and that's the end of the interview with Gideon. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is Nongshim taking the last spot in the playoffs with their victory over DRX, which means it's time to hand out the raccoon ears. Yes, that is right. The mascot of Nongshim. Put in the There it is. Congratulations to Nongshim Red Force for locking this one up. We get to see our first game 4 of the LCK Cup, going a little bit deeper into the draft, or some things that jumped out at you in terms of, I guess, all 4 games and who you voted for in terms of POM.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought DRX kind of outdrafted, but anyways, I feel like Nongshim, everyone played really well. Everyone deserves the POM in this game, especially.
Yeah, I think Gideon had a great series. He was my kind of first instinct, but ultimately I went back and looked at the games and thought about Fisher a little bit more. I'm a little bit biased for Fisher because I think he's one of the most improved players we've had here at the LCK, and I always really like to champion that. I thought he had a great series. His Talia was fantastic. Got the solo kill, punishing a mistake from UCal there on the Talia, but that's what I went for. I thought Lehens was a fair vote as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, also, I was thinking about Lehens, but as you mentioned, I feel like Fisher, I mean, you can never underestimate the player in LCK. He there's a reason why he's in LCK. There's a reason why he's in a team in LCK, right? I think UCall kind of, I would say he kind of like disrespect the player. That
look, the casters mentioned it. I think Ox mentioned it. It was definitely one of UCal's worst series that we've seen from him this entire year. And in a big match like this, you need to show up and perform because he's been their best performing player, and Fisher outclassed him.
Yeah, not taking bomb plating on Silas when you're playing Tristana, like all those kind of things kind of happened in the series. And biggest difference on the mid lane was happening in the series.
All right, yours quickly popped up, but I think we can get it up one more time for Wolf's comment here. The Fisher fishing. You felt like, yeah, there it is. Big catch.
Yeah, like he pulled up a big catch. Like he's a fisher, so today big catch. You know, it's a tuna. You know.
All right, let's take a look at the next comment that we have here for you. Dragon Slayer Gideon. That's right. Again, Gideon getting the plaudits from the Korean cast, from Observer, from one of the media. And VN Cast, I think, also calling that one out. So Dragon Slayer from GoGo. Let's see, who else? I think we've got two more for you. Figuring out comment for real this time. That's right, Ox. Let's get the Ox in the chat, Ox.
This is so bad.
If you don't have it figured out, just don't submit one. He said he couldn't think of anything, but he played great. That's what we were just told. That was me yesterday. I was like, sometimes I can't think of anything witty, and everyone's so witty, so I don't know. And then he just pieced out because he was scared about how we'd react to it.
That's right, poorly. All right, and I think that's all we got there. All right, let's take a look at that final match one more time here. It started off with just rich and lane assignments not going well for DRX.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we thought DRX kind of outdrafted them in terms of like how they built up the synergy between those picks. Like they have Camille, Sejuani, and also I mentioned Senna. Once again, you're having a free lane with Senna, which means that you have the free outscale as well. So I felt really great with those picks, especially with Ornn. But they're just putting on Camille on sufferer position here.
Yeah, and if we pause it here, like if you look at the top lane, you can see they have a lane assignment now where they've put their, farming Ornn into a matchup that's favorable for the Gnar. Instead of having the Camille you can play through with this draft, you can absolutely get pressure there. You can push the Gnar out. We used to call this the orange buff in this matchup because you can farm out of it. They got pushed out of the matchup once and just couldn't figure out how to set up the lane assignments properly again. So Rich, who's one of your big win cons, is just getting dove repeatedly. And I feel like DRX, they had a great draft, but having a great draft in Fearless like this isn't enough. You have to know how to use it in order to get the full value out of it.
We already know what happens when support player goes other lanes, right? We already saw it in Line CK. So that's what happened basically in this game.
Yeah, from there, no really way back for DRX. Nongshim squeeze the life out of them and take that final spot in the playoffs. First time into Fearless, here are your bans, 40 of them. Only through 4 games, so we still got like the 50 banner still left.
I thought the biggest takeaway for me is, like I said before, like the draft was great for DRX in Game 4. They actually were able to figure out how to make a real draft with very little. And then you look at the draft for Nongshim and you're like, ooh, this is risky. Like, I don't know if this is really going to work out. But they got the Aphelios fed. They had a big enough front line that they were just like, we can play this out. And they knew how to punish DRX's mistakes. So sometimes I think games are won in draft, as Ox was saying on the cast. But if you know how to execute, you know how to punish, the better team will often win. So I think a lot of people look at Fearless and they're like, oh, these players aren't playing their best. It's not really fair. But if you know how to use the champs you have, you can still win even at a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's the huge difference between just normal draft and the Fearless draft. For the pro players, it's still really hard to just have a great mastery on every champion, and also it's not only you. Your team has to play around the champion, so that means that you have to practice more than before. So I think that what kind of happened in the DRX games. Even though they had a great draft, they didn't know how to finish out with their champions.
Yeah, remember, Nongshim is the team that had King and play Anivia top. Try to pull out some sneakiness here. So a lot left to be discovered as we move further into the LCK Cup playoffs. Now it's time for our weekly best ceremony, where we want to celebrate the best success here. And unfortunately, it comes from UCal, who gets knocked out again. I don't think we've ever had this in pro esports ever. A player celebrating so hard in the middle of the game He's got
we
to
get 4
from the ground.
Oh wait, we get 3. Oh wait, we get 3. We get 4, right? Oh. That's good enough for me, though. It was actually one of the funniest things I've ever seen in the LCK. This is, of course, if you weren't there yesterday, his reaction to having his penta taken away. He wasn't able to get the penta. He wasn't able to get the W. When he fell and hit the ground there, maybe he lost his memories again, but he's got a little bit of a break to gain them before we move into...
Yeah, actually, maybe people are saying that in esports, you cannot get a player injured, but that actually happens, guys. That can happen.
Can happen.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, UCal, for that moment, being our best celebration ceremony. Unfortunately, him and DRX are knocked out. Nongshim will move on with their 3-1 victory in the play-ins. And here's our play-in results. T1, Nongshim, and Hanwha Life Esports. The way the bracket goes, Nongshim get rewarded by playing the 3 seed, KT, and then we've got the big matchup that everyone's been waiting for such a long time, and it's a single elimination match, T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. That's on Thursday.
Important to note that this tournament is just straight up a qualifier in terms of results and what they mean for the first stand tournament. So, you know, you might be looking at us going, wow, it's really unfortunate T1 and HLE meet in the first round. It's single elimination. But ultimately, the most important thing is winning and lifting that trophy, so you will have to meet them eventually.
Yeah, and also that's kind of advantage from winning the group, you know. It was a group battle initially, so I think it's kind of deserved position anyways.
Yeah, honestly, it's punishment for the way that Hanwha Life Esports drafted their teams. Remember, the top players got to draft the top teams got to draft who was on each squad first. Here's our matchup for next Wednesday. Whoa. KT versus Nongshim Wolf. Go ahead.
I mean, like, if it was KT versus DRX, you'd have the 2 mid carries, right? Like BDD versus UCal. But now it's a little bit more of the Nongshim Chaos versus KT's Chaos. Neither of these teams super clean right now, but Nongshim trending upward. We'll see if KT can utilize the extra time they had from going straight to playoffs to actually better prepare, because Nongshim did show a lot through these play-ins.
Yeah, and also it's going to be BO5 as well, and we already saw like how KT struggled even though they got the wins. Like it's already we already saw so many mistakes from them. Like for example, like their only player on BDD, but I think they had enough time to fix that, right? I think so. It's going to be really fun. Yeah.
All right, here are the play-in brackets for challengers, as we've got multiple different matches for you throughout the week. All right, y'all. That does it here from us for the LCK. That was the play-ins. We're now into the playoffs. 2 more days of best of ones, 2 more days of single elimination, best of 5s. Then we go to the double elimination, best of 5s. Y'all, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you Wednesday as we move into the playoffs for the LCK Cup.
No best of 1s in LCK.
Yeah, no best of 1s. I'm sorry. Best of 1 Fearless doesn't exist.